Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
You will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addicts live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican police, verbal Latino.
Is that correct?
literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for crumb's sake.
All right, welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. We are about to start day 3 of our little trial down in San Antonio, Texas. Manslaughter trial involving a Tesla. Let's see. Who do we have to gift the... Oh, Fire Girl, handmade by Wendy. First in chat this afternoon. Congratulations. Twin Tail Fox, you're late. You missed... we did day 2 this morning. We did day 1 2 days ago. Day 2 this morning. Day 3 today. So that's where we are. It was quick this morning. We can catch up really fast. All right. Let's see. Flowers haven't changed much for 3 whole days. I know the purses are different, but we'll see the same purse that we saw this morning on the thumbnail today, and then today's purse will be on the thumbnail tomorrow. It's like the satchel of justice is what it is. You know, a clutch of justice. I don't know what you call it. The purse of justice. We'll see which one brings the verdict. All right, what purse and what clothing item will it remind us of? Yes, when we see the purse, when we go to Judge Boyd's court, which I guess we could probably do right now, honestly, because I think she's... Is she live right now? No, she's just getting set for court. So not live right now. If you see her go live, let me know. Is it the satchel of justice? The justice bag lady? No, that comes across wrong. The bag of justice lady. There's got to be another name we can have for something epic that will last for through the test of time. Let's see. Twin Tail Fox. Oh, I also got my small loom. I'm learning how to use it before I show you guys. Loom us something really good. Illuminate us with your looming skills. I'm reminded of Ruth Buzzy hitting the old man with her purse. I'm laughing. Yeah, that's pretty much it. The handbag of justice. Like that one as well. Justice is in the bag. Lori Erickson, thanks for clicking the subscribe button. Welcome. Love to have you here. Love that you're here. You're one of us now. You can never leave. It's called weaving when you use the loom. Why would they call it weaving? Then they should call it a weaver. If you use a loom, you should call it looming. I'm looming. There's an opportunity there to use. Loom is a beautiful word. Boyd's bag of justice. Cody, I like where you're going with this one. This is good. We could add an extra B in there. Boyd's big bag of justice to get the alliteration. Because she does have some larger purses as well. All right. Never mind. Okay, I just realized where this was going. All right. Welcome back. How did I spend my lunch? Funny you should ask. Well, we've been changing light bulbs in our house. We have every room in our house, because it was built in 1915, has a chandelier. Some of them are amazing and crystal and beautiful, and others are just like, well, they tried. It's not anything pretty. But we have just assumed that the light bulbs, when they're on, are working and it's normal. But the house has gotten darker over the last, 7 years. And so Mrs. R.A. went out and bought like a whole bunch of those little tiny little LED light bulbs and we turned the light on. I am being blinded in my own home Like, I walk in rooms, I'm like, can you dim this one a little bit? Because it's just so bright. We're talking like 4-watt bulbs. I've never seen my house like this. So we changed out about 30 light bulbs because every chandelier has, 5 to 20. Gotta love that old 1915 construction. All right. And I had some lunch, which was good. I hope you guys had a great lunch as well. We're going to be going to Judge Boyd in just a moment. Hold, please. I've had like 7 spam phone calls from the same company today asking about my Medicare insurance, and they use the same script. They say we are calling for the reason for our short call is that you already have insurance, and I'm like, oh great, thank you, appreciate the short call, bye, and I hang up every single time, and they just keep calling back. They're not getting the message. But let's see, where's Judge Boyd? Down here. Judge Stephanie Boyd. Okay, just waiting for the jury. The jury was told not to show up until 7 minutes from now, so I was just hoping that she might have turned on the live stream a little ahead of the time that she actually needed it, but that is not the case. So we'll hold off right there. Let's see. I was listening a little bit to the Attorney General down in South Carolina. He and Creighton Waters did a little press conference talking about the breaking news that happened the other day with, or I guess this morning, with Alec Murdaugh. It was sort of when some of this came out. Alec Murdaugh getting a new trial, that his conviction's been overturned. Thanks, Becky. Because of Becky, predominantly. There's also some stuff in there about how they, in the next trial, should the state pursue this conviction, which I think they will, how they're probably going to focus less on the financial side of things, which will make it a completely different trial and much more watchable. But they did say that they are intending to prosecute him again, even though he's going to be decades in prison for what he's already confessed to on the federal side. But they're intended to prosecute him as well, and hopefully before the end of the year. So I think they have 90 days to basically do speedy trial and basically move ahead and say, yes, we're going to prosecute, or no, we're not. I think they will definitely prosecute, even though it will be very expensive. It's not going to be as expensive as when they're going to read through 10,000 financial documents like they did last time. Shelly Small says, my spam call today was, do you want to sell your home? And I say no. I get that one as well. And I would love to sell my home, but not for the price they want to pay. The people that call and ask you that, they're basically they're lead finders for flippers, people who buy a house, put a little bit of money into it, turn around and sell it again, a month or two later. And they need a big margin to make money, so they don't offer the best. Let's see. There's a terrible AI Medicare commercial, not even lined up with the voice. Is it real? Please let me know if you ever decide to get rid of the chandeliers. I make sunbathers and would love to have some of the glass. One of them needs to go. It has some broken parts. Well, two of them need to go, and they're the two biggest ones. They're a pain to clean, but one of them has a broken base part, like the flare part on the bottom was a piece. There may have been a tennis match in our house at one point, and the chandelier interfered with one of the points, and the chandelier did not fare the best. OG Sean White, member for 27 months on the jury, says 27 months. Wow, I think I may take the rest of the day off and spend with you. Sean, good to have you here. Hope the driving thing is working well for you. Love catching you on when you're live streaming. Let's see. Sun catchers, not sunbathers. Oh, they catch the light. They're amazing, especially because I think it's crystal. Like 1915, I don't think they made like fake chandeliers. Everything was real back then. Let's see. Two broken make one whole. I'll have to show you a picture. It's really broken. I was saddened. When it broke. because I was pretty happy about it. Sean also gifted 5 memberships. Sean, very generous of you. We're just a couple minutes away from court starting with Judge Stephanie Boyd. Oh, Jen, I'm sorry to hear this. Just popping on to let you know my mom died. I'm not quite ready for much, but I miss you all. Jen, I am so sorry. Thank you for sharing that. We do miss you, and obviously you're going through a ton right now. If there's anything we can do for you, please let us know. Our hearts and prayers go out to you. Let's see, I got a call or text asking about selling a house I've never lived in. It belongs to my long ex-husband. If only I could sell that out from under him. Not really bad husband, but decent human. Okay. Yeah, I get those calls for a home I've never owned as well. I tell them I'm taking offers, but I can't guarantee possession. All right. Let's peek at Judge Boyd's page. I'm not seeing it yet. She's been late most of the times. Sean goes for the trifecta. We've got the membership milestone, the free memberships, and now the super chat says, I'm serious. I think I'm taking the rest of the day off and watching you. It's been too long. I'm beat and ready for a break. Sean, come on in, pull up a chair, put your feet up. Hopefully you enjoy this little trial. It involves driving a Tesla specifically, while drunk, into a passerby, a pedestrian. The pedestrian sadly was killed instantly. But there's more to this story. This isn't just an accident where a Tesla went up over the curb and ran someone over because the driver was drunk. There's a shooting involved before the accident, or at least threats of shooting, and possibly the car itself was shot at. So we'll see as the facts come out where this one falls. Ace King, thanks for using the jewels for the laughing disco ball. Appreciate that. I never get any spam calls. It's amazing, and I just don't know how I've managed to not get any. It's been like 6 years since I had one. I haven't done anything to make it so. Teach me your ways. That is amazing. Sean, you're most welcome, my friend. You don't have to super chat for that one. I appreciate you here. Boyd is life. Thank you for the reminder. Let's jump. Oop, that's not it. That was a game. Kids car driving game. Judge Stephanie Boyd. There we go. Thank you for the update. Let's get some audio going on cam 7 and jump back to court where I think we're... Yep, this is our defendant. Looks like we have the next witness in. The jury's probably not here yet. Judge Boyd likes to put the witness on the stand before the jury comes in, just to be efficient with her time usage. We're seeing more of the TV than we've ever seen before. I like that. We might actually see just a corner of the body cam footage.
Are you ready?
30 seconds. Just to get myself oriented.
Mr. Davis appears to be the name of the officer who's next up. Why never woman slaughter? I guess they're just not. They're not politically correct in the world of crime.
Is every righteous?
We do have.
Judge, state is ready.
All right, let's bring them in.
What's righteous?
All right, for the jury.
We do have a yellow handbag. That yellow handbag that you see right there may or may not remind you of an item of clothing. If it does, please indicate in chat appropriately what item of clothing it reminds you of. The rope around the top, the cinch strap, looks sort of like a belt. It looks like a coin purse, like a pocket.
All right, everyone, please be seated.
It's a bigger version of
State,
itself.
call your next witness.
A purse
Thank you,
looks
Judge.
like a
we'll
purse.
We'll be calling Sergeant Davis to the stand.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. Just make sure you keep your voice up so everyone can hear.
Okay.
All right, State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Hello.
So I'm going to tell you straight up front, if I slip into old habits and call you Sarge, will you be offended?
Nope.
Okay,
Sarge.
thank you, Sergeant. I appreciate that. Sergeant, how are you currently Or what's your current profession?
Work with the San Antonio Police Department.
Oh, the one right here.
Sarge Davis.
This one? Okay. Can you hear me, Sergeant?
Yes.
Okay. And so your rank is sergeant, right?
Correct.
Is that a promotion or an elevated rank?
Promotion.
Okay. So when you usually start off with SAPD, what's the rank that you first start off with?
Patrolman.
And then after that, detective and then sergeant?
Correct.
Okay. How did you how did you acquire the rank of sergeant?
Had a test for it.
You had to beat everyone
Okay.
else.
And I assume you passed that test?
I did.
All right. Can we go through what unit are you currently occupied with?
I'm currently assigned to East Patrol Dog Watch.
Okay. So before that, were you involved in the traffic investigation division or anything like that?
I was.
Okay. What are the normal duties of the traffic investigation unit?
So as a detective in TID, you're primarily assigned to investigate crashes or anything, basically vehicle crimes. It could be a crash, it could be a intox manslaughter, intox assault, hit and runs, reckless driving, DWIs, things like that.
Okay. Are you trained on how to extract what's called the EDR or ACM?
I am.
What is an EDR and an ACM?
They're synonymous. The EDR is just what one manufacturer is going to call it. ACM is what another manufacturer is going to call it. But basically, it's the airbag control module for the vehicle.
Okay. Would it be sufficient to say it's kind of the black box of a car?
Kind of, sort of.
Okay. And also, while you were in the traffic investigation division, did you receive any kind of training in crash mathematics, collision reconstruction, things like that?
I did.
Okay. How many investigations do you remember doing with the traffic investigation unit?
Couldn't tell you the total. I averaged about 14 to 16 cases a month, and I was there for almost 8 years.
Okay, so dozens, if not more than dozens.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm just gonna try to be an expert.
All right, looks like they're going to approach the judge, who will turn off the cameras. I think what we heard from the little whisper there is that they're going to try for expert designation for this particular witness regarding the airbags.
Ladies, defense, I'm sorry. Could you all approach just briefly?
The ladies come with this time. It's a nice, well-trimmed goatee.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you all will step back in the jury room for us briefly, and I'll call you back out.
Okay.
All right, jury.
So it looks like we might be doing a little voir dire of the witness prior to designation as an expert, or maybe a what's the word? Hey, Judge. She looks right at us.
Everyone, please be seated. All right, so state, you're seeking to offer this witness as an expert?
Yes, Judge, in EDR extraction analysis, as well as crash mathematics and collision reconstruction.
All right, and defense, you wanted to take the witness on voir dire?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Davis, my name is David McLean, and I represent Robert Castillo. If I ask a bad question or you don't understand a question that I've asked, would you please just let me know? I'm happy to rephrase that.
That's how it starts every questioning.
And also, if you answer a question of mine, is it safe to assume that you understood my question?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right. So when were you trained in EDR extraction?
I don't remember the date. I want to say it was 2016 or 2017.
And for the record, what does EDR stand for?
EDR in this case is the event data recorder. Some other manufacturers call it an electronic control device. others call it the ACM, airbag control module, PCM, power control module. Like I said, it's just different for every manufacturer.
But they're all synonymous.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. And so when you did the, let me go back a little bit. So you also said that you were certified in crash math. What is crash math?
So crash math is part of the reconstruction process. There's certain steps and certain classes you have to go through to be able to reconstruct a crash. So obviously we get the basics for crash investigations in the academy. Once you promote, there's intermediate crash investigation, advanced crash investigation, and then the reconstruction investigation. And then I ended up having another class, which is called crush analysis.
So did you go through all that training?
Yes.
When did you do that?
That was from the time I promoted through, I think, 2018, somewhere in there.
When was the time you promoted?
2016, February of 2016.
2016 through. So it took you about 2 years to get through that training?
I believe so, because they kept pushing. Those courses aren't offered all the time. So they kept getting pushed back and pushed back. Then you have to have enough students from across the state coming to attend those, or else they cancel them.
And do you get some sort of certification from that?
Yes, you get a certificate showing that for the hours that you attained for the class and that you passed the class.
How many hours is all that training?
I believe the intermediate is 40 hours. Advanced, I believe, is 40 or 80. I can't remember. And then the reconstruction is 80. And then crush is 40. The CDR analysis. So there's one on how to use the software or how to perform the download. And then there's another class on how to analyze the data. And I think those two combined is probably just under a week, something like that.
And so back up just a little bit. The crush course was how long?
I want to say that was a week, maybe 40 hours, just a little less.
And what does CDR stand for?
The controlled data retrieval.
Okay. And how long and that was two parts you said, how to perform and how to analyze?
Yes, I believe
Okay.
so there's how to perform it, like hook up all the equipment, how to run everything. And then there's a separate class on, once you get the data, how to interpret the data.
Okay. And did you take the class on how to interpret the data?
Yes, I did.
Okay. When did you take that?
I'm not sure on the date. That may have been 2017, 2018, maybe.
Somewhere, anywhere from around 8 or 9 years ago, correct?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. Have you had any kind of continuing education in all these areas, the intermediate, the advanced, the controlled data retrieval, how to analyze it, how to perform it? Have you had any kind of continuing education in these areas since then?
Not since the initial training.
Are you working in the same division now that you were when you were doing this kind of work?
No, now I'm assigned to patrol.
He's
Back
really
on patrol?
chasing
Yes,
this.
sir.
What happens if you make sergeant, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't seem fair.
If this is all for just no objections, this could seem like.
When was the last time that you did a EDR extraction?
Probably towards the end of 2023, right before I promoted. This may have been the last one that I did. I don't recall.
How many EDR extractions do you think you've done?
Extractions, I couldn't tell you. I'd have to go back and count them. But I don't know, maybe less than 100, maybe around in there. I don't know.
On each EDR extraction that you've done, did you do an analysis of that, or did you just pull the data and let somebody else look at it?
So it depends. Sometimes I would pull the data or retrieve it for another detective, or help them do it. I did my own if I could. And then you have to do an analysis on that. But in some cases, I would do the analysis for the other detectives. So it just kind of depends.
Okay. You know when the last time you did an analysis was?
It would have been towards the end of 2023, right before I promoted.
Okay. All right. Sergeant, thank you for your time. I appreciate you answering my questions. Thanks for witness, Judge.
All right. Any objection to this witness
Now they're gonna
being
approach.
declared as an expert?
Possibly.
Judge, I don't know that I'd declare him an expert. He hasn't had any continuing education since he took these classes back in 2018. It's been almost 10 years. The last time he did an extraction at all was 2023. Says this might have been the one, but I don't know that he's an expert. I think he's trained, but I don't know that he's an expert.
Well, my question is, do you have any objections to his testimony? The state is offering him as an expert. I'm assuming that you all are asking that well, I don't want to interject myself. Are you going to be asking him the details of the extraction and what it means?
The details of the extraction as well as the analysis, Judge.
All right. So are you objecting to this witness testifying to the details of the extraction and the analysis? Because that's what they're calling him for.
We would object, Judge, just because I don't believe there's been enough education or continuing education for him to be able to testify. The controlling case in this case is Trejo versus State. And I think that basically there's got to be some showing of continuing education and being current on the extraction and analysis at the time that it's done. I don't think that was shown here.
Well, nobody's asked the witness whether or not the education he obtained and the experience he obtained, whether or not there have been changes.
Would he know if
May
there
I
was?
be allowed to voir dire on that subject, Judge?
Sure.
He's got a chance.
Thank
He'll
you.
do it again. 2 bites of the apple.
Sergeant Davis, you just heard the interchange between the court and myself and opposing counsel. Between the time that you finished your training in 2018 and 2023, when you said you probably did your last analysis, were there changes in these EDRs and ACMs that occurred?
As far as I know, no. The only changes that would apply would be the ability for us provided by the manufacturer to read or retrieve certain data. So in other words, the computer chip in that airbag control module receives all kinds of data. The federal government, I think it was in 2013, mandated that certain data has to be available to us for investigations. But there's a whole bunch of other data that is provided to the manufacturer or recorded for the manufacturer that we don't get to see. So the software that's provided to us will only pull the data that the manufacturer allows us to have. Best case I can give you would be Lexus when they were getting sued about the accelerator pedal getting stuck, cars crashing and catching fire.
Lexus is like, hey, shush, shush.
Toyota recorded all kinds of data that nobody knew that they recorded. And that saved them from billions in a lawsuit for that. So they ended up proving that that wasn't the case. So the only changes would be what manufacturers are going to allow us to get that data. There had been a change in the hardware that's used. They went from one control box that we use to another control box where instead of using our old cables, you could actually just plug it in with a HDMI. So sometimes there's a hardware
HDMI?
upgrade. The software upgrade would include anything that's current for the manufacturers, and that gets updated yearly. The department has to get those new certifications. They'll have to order new cables. Every time a new car comes out, there may be a new cable that's applied to that. So, for example, if a 2027 model's out, we may not have that cable yet because the manufacturer hasn't made it available. So there's a few changes like that, but as far as I know, that's about all that changes.
Okay. And would you agree with me in 2018, Tesla motor vehicles weren't nearly as prevalent as they are now or were in 2023?
You mean as far as the number of vehicles on the street?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, I would agree with that.
And when you did your training in 2018, did they train you how to read Tesla's EDRs?
So the training that you get is on how to read any of the data that you get from the retrieval. And data is pretty much the same. It's just going to depend on the manufacturer. So when you pull the data, there's going to be what's called the data limitations, which basically gives you a definition of what the manufacturer is going to define everything as in the data. But as far as the way that the data is presented or how to interpret that, it's pretty much the same across all manufacturers. It's just going to be a difference in how they record it. Like some would say vehicle speed, some are going to say speed. Some are going to say braking input, some are just going to say braking. So it just depends on how they put that in the data limitations.
Okay. Would you agree with me, though, that at the time you took this training, Teslas weren't really being, you weren't doing downloads and things on Teslas?
As far as I know, we hadn't done anything back then, correct?
And since that time, you haven't had any training on any of these changes. It's just been sort of something that you've done OJT.
The only update that we had was when we when the manufacturer for the hardware, Bosch, they changed from one control module to another as far as how we download. So depending on the year of the vehicle, we would have to use the newer module versus the older module. That was really the only difference. The software gets updated from time to time, but that's through the manufacturer for the software, which is Bosch.
All right. Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
All right. Any questions?
A few quick questions, Judge. So, Sergeant Davis, at the time, when was this infraction done?
I believe in 2023.
And were you up to were you up to date with your certification in 2023?
I was.
Okay, and that's your EDR certification?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the CDR. I forget what the first one's called. It's the CDR, basically how to use it, the retrieval, and then there's the CDR analysis.
So you had all of your state certifications that were necessary for EDR extraction and analysis at the time that this was done?
I did.
Okay. And let's talk about, I think you were saying it was the crush class or the crash class? Which is it?
Crush.
The crush class.
Yeah, crush analysis.
Okay. What does that class entail?
So crush analysis would be, say, for example, you have a collision. You can't retrieve any data out of the control module, whether it's damaged or it didn't have one, say, like a 1980s Chevy. So with crush, you can then measure the amount of damage to that vehicle and compare it to a undamaged vehicle. You take multiple measurements and then you plug those measurements into its multiple math formulas to determine the amount of energy that caused that damage. And then you could, depending how accurate you get it, you could then determine what kind of speed was involved for that.
So it sounds like, in a quick and dirty way of saying it, sounds like crash math.
Sort of. It's a way of doing it based on the damage to the vehicle alone. Crash math, as we define it, would be where we're taking roadway evidence such as skid marks, any kind of tire marks, things like that, and then inputting that into the math formulas to determine any type of speed.
Okay, I got you. All right. And we'll pass the witness, Judge.
Any further questions?
Briefly, Judge. So you said that you take these measurements and you put them into these formulas. Are you doing the math on these formulas, or is this a computer program?
So you have to do it both ways. There are computer formulas to do it, especially with crush analysis. When that first started, you had to do the hand math. Nowadays, they have multiple programs where you can take all those measurements and put it in, and it basically spits out the answer, but you still have to go back and do the hand math to verify that that's correct. So relying on a computer to do it is kind of a no-no. So you kind of got to do it both ways, unfortunately.
So back in 2023, when you did this last analysis that you're talking about, were you doing that by hand, or were you doing that by computer, or both, or how were you doing it?
So are we talking about, because I didn't do any crush for this case.
Okay.
And I didn't do any reconstruction math for this case at all. It's just based off the data that was in the control module.
Let me ask you this real quick, and it may not apply to this case, but are you an accident reconstructionist or a collision accident reconstructionist, or what's the difference?
So I'm a reconstruction. So you have to go through all of those steps to do accident reconstruction, which is what I was saying, where you take roadway evidence and things like that, you plug them into the standard math formulas to determine speed. And then crush, same thing. You're doing differences in damage, I guess you could say, from an undamaged vehicle to a damaged vehicle, multiple points, plugging that into a math formula to determine the amount of energy that caused that damage, which would result in a speed. And then with the CDR analysis, you're just taking the data that is retrieved from the control module and analyzing that data.
Okay. So as you sit here today, are you an accident reconstructionist?
I am.
Okay.
All right, any further
I think
questions?
he's coming in.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, can you line the jurors up? All right, do you have any objection to this witness testifying, defense?
Judge, I reurge the same objection that I had before. It appears to me that there have been changes since his training. He testified that Tesla motor vehicles weren't even really on their radar at all, but at the time that he got his training done, and there hasn't really been any continuing education since then. And so we would reurge our objection to him being classified as an expert.
All right, state.
Judge, we would argue against that. He stated that the data does not change, and the way that you interpret the data does not change. It basically is a different category as opposed to braking input versus brakes, speed versus miles per hour. And he's also stated that he was up to date with all of his certifications with EDR extraction and analysis, as well as accident reconstruction. Because of that, Judge, we would ask that he be certified as an expert of EDR extraction and analysis, as well as accident reconstruction.
All right, the witness will be allowed to testify as an expert in the extraction, and I believe you said
EDR extraction and analysis, as well as accident reconstruction.
All right, he'll be allowed to testify in those areas as an expert. All right, you can bring the jurors in.
All right, to the jury.
Tesla's airbags are not anything different from everybody else's airbags. He meant USB. They do not have HDMI. HDMI is specifically for video and audio. It's a media cable. It's a media cable.
All right. Everyone, you may be seated. And state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. All right, Sergeant, my bad. So walk us through
The judge does
what
not
kind
like
of
my
training did
bad.
you receive on EDR extraction and analysis?
So there's two trainings that we have to get for that. One is the CDR retrieval. That's just basically how we use the hardware and the software to connect it to the vehicle to retrieve the data that may be in the airbag control module. CDR analysis is where we take the data that was retrieved from that airbag control module and then interpret that or analyze the data.
What kind of information can you extract from that data?
There's lots of different types of data, and it's going to change depending on the specific manufacturer. So, for example, Toyota, Jeep, Chrysler will have a slew of data versus Chevy or Ford may have a little bit less. So it kind of depends on the manufacturer, but you can get speed, braking, steering, ignition cycles. Some of them you can get some of the other electronic data in there. Airbags, sensors, roll data, yaw data, things like that.
Okay. And let's go into what training have you received in regards to accident reconstruction?
So I had the basic crash investigation in the academy. I took the intermediate crash investigation, advanced crash investigation, crash reconstruction, crush analysis, and then the CDR.
And crush analysis, what is that?
It's basically math. So if you can imagine the front end damage on an old, let's say an early 80s Chevy, Crown, or what are they? I forget the model, or take a Ford Crown Vic, but you have the damage on the front end of the car, right? One car rear ends another car, you have a lot of damage. Those cars may not have had a airbag control module back then. So there's a way that you can take multiple measurements of across the damage of that vehicle and then compare it to an undamaged vehicle. And then you take the difference in those changes, plug them into multiple math formulas, and that gives you the amount of energy that caused that damage. And then you take that and plug it into other formulas, and in the end, you get kind of a speed, basically.
All right. So were you up to date with all of your state mandated certifications for EDR extraction analysis, as well as accident reconstruction back in April of 2023?
I was.
Okay. Now, did you receive a EDR packet from Detective Pollock?
I did.
Okay. Did you write a report based on that data?
I did.
Okay. Would a copy of the report help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. It's going to be E.
That's improper
Yes,
refreshing of recollection. He hasn't indicated that he doesn't remember it right now. You should give him an opportunity to testify from his own memory first before you give him a document to tell him what to say.
Approach the witness, Judge.
Yes.
Sarge, I'm showing you what's been labeled as, for identification purposes, as State Exhibit E and State Exhibit F. So these exhibits are being admitted into evidence. Feel free to look at them to refresh your memory when I ask you a question. If you don't know the answer to that question, refresh your memory, and then look up at me when you're ready to testify.
Okay.
All good?
Yes, sir.
I'm ready. He's reading everything, and now he'll remember it all. As far as the judge's bag, it looks a little bit like a sporran, but the sporrans all have a flap on the top instead of a drawstring. And typically, they're not light colored like that. They're usually darker. But I have a sporran that's dark, similar shape. He loves calling him Sarge. He can't stop. Can't stop it. You can expect a witness to remember all the numbers, right? Experts typically do get to refresh that, but this is a report he wrote, right? I don't know. I guess expert report. I see your point. I'll concede that one. I stand corrected.
Very certain.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this report that you created, what kind of vehicle is that on?
That is on a 21 Tesla Model 3.
And is there a license plate number on there?
Yes.
What is the license plate? In layman's terms, that would be PV.
The judge mutes that one for us.
And where's the witness, Judge?
Yes.
Of all the things to mute, license plate numbers.
Is there a vehicle pictured here?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the license plate on that vehicle?
Papa.
Way to go, Judge Boyd. Thanks for saving us. Just make sure you bring it back. Thanks.
All right. So this Tesla, did you check if it was subject to any recalls?
I did.
Okay. And was there a recall that was necessary for this vehicle?
Yes, there was a recall for the automatic window retrieval system.
Would this in any way be involved with the crash here?
No.
So first, there's one part in the report that kind of irked me. On event 2, the odometer you had it listed under anomaly. What was the odometer under event 2?
Judge, I'm going to object as a leading.
Sustained.
I like the word irked.
Was there an odometer reading for event number 2?
Yes, there was.
What was that reading?
It's like 429 million something.
And is that different from event 1?
It is.
Okay. What explanation can you have for the difference in odometer readings?
So there shouldn't be a difference, but in this case, there is. And why that's there, I could not say for certain. More than likely, it was something to do with damage with the electronic system in the car, where it's sending all kinds of signals that it shouldn't be sending, I guess you could say.
Okay. So there are 2 events here. What are events?
So an event is going to be let me back up. Tesla defines this as an event, but basically it's just, does the control module for the airbag, does it sense all the data that's being received from different components of the car, like speed, steering, things like that? Is there a change enough in there that it's going to fire the airbag? So if it fires the airbag, that would be an event.
Okay. And there were 2 events here.
Yes.
Which event did you pull data from?
So the data gets pulled from the EDR for everything that's in there. But the only thing that I analyzed was event 1.
Were there any anomalies with event 1?
Yes.
Okay, what were those anomalies?
So there was a difference from the ignition cycle at the time of the event to the ignition cycle at the time of the retrieval.
Okay. And is that a significant anomaly that would bring into question the credibility of the data you received?
No, there's just a difference in there in ignition cycles, and what caused that, I couldn't tell you. I've had cases before where it's the tow truck or the tow truck driver. They always want to turn the ignition or push start the ignition to drive the car that's wrecked onto a flatbed. Why, I don't know. And then we had instances at the impound where they were messing with the ignition to get keys out. So we kind of changed our procedure from that and took the keys away and stayed on scene to make sure that the wrecker drivers weren't manipulating anything. But I couldn't tell you why there's a difference on there.
Those dang tow truck
so
drivers.
the ignition cycle, is that basically when the keys are put in and the ignition's turned on?
So in this type of vehicle, since it's electronic, it's every time the ignition is started.
Okay. And an anomaly with the ignition cycle, would that interfere with data about steering or speed or brakes, anything like that?
No, but you have to go through all of the data, analyze all of the data that's in there and compare that. Are there other anomalies in there? If so, what are they? How could that be attributed to this? And if you can't find anything else in there and you only have that one underlying anomaly, does it affect the rest of the data? Yes or no?
Okay. And did you do that process you just described with the other data?
I did.
Were any other anomalies found?
Yes. So on event 2, there were some anomalies on that as well.
Okay, but nothing else on event 1.
Nothing else on event 1.
Okay. So when an event is completed, what happens with that data?
So if it's an airbag deployment, most of the manufacturers are going to set it to where all of the data that's coming into that airbag control module, basically the airbag control module just has a computer chip in it, just like your phone or anything else nowadays. All that data goes into the computer chip. Once there is a airbag deployment, all of that data gets locked, meaning that you can't overwrite it. So if there's a deployment, that's what we would call a deployment event, meaning that it's locked data, you can't change it. There could be data in there that's considered a non-deployment event where you, like say you roll forward and tap the bumper of the car in front of you at a red light. Yes, it may register some of that data, but it's not going to record it because there's no deployment of the airbags.
So once an event happens, that data is locked in place.
Yes.
It cannot be changed.
If it's locked, it cannot be changed.
Okay. And that is the data that you interpreted?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go through it. So 5 seconds before the crash of this white Tesla, did you get any data regarding the miles per hour or the speed that the Tesla was going?
I did.
How fast was the Tesla going 5 seconds before the crash?
It recorded as 88 miles per hour.
Okay.
Whoa.
And are there other speeds that you recorded from the data?
Yeah, so in this case, the data records every 0.2 seconds. So it records from 5 seconds out all the way up to time 0, which is the time of the event, or basically when the airbags get deployed.
Okay. What was the nature of the speeds from 5 seconds before the crash all the way to the crash? Were they increasing or decreasing?
They are decreasing.
Okay. How much do they decrease?
It goes from 88 miles per hour at 5 seconds out to 33 miles per hour at the time of the deployment or time of the event.
Okay. Are you familiar with Alamo Street?
I am.
Is that a street in San Antonio, Texas?
It is.
And San Antonio is in Bexar County?
Yes.
Okay. What is the speed limit on Alamo Street downtown?
I believe it's 35.
Okay. So 88 miles an hour would be over double the speed limit.
Correct.
Okay. Now, Alamo Street versus a highway, are there different ways that tires interact with the road, depending on whether it's a surface street or a highway?
In a sense, yes and no.
Okay. Well, let's come back to that. Were the tires on this vehicle the same as the recommended manufacturer tires?
Yes, they were.
And so how would tires affect calculating or recording speed?
So when the control module or the component in that car is recording speed, it's recording wheel speed, just rotations per minute. So if the tires on the vehicle are the same as the manufacturer's recommended tire size, the speed on that car with that component, that recording is going to be accurate. If you increase the tire size or decrease the tire size, you're going to have a change in those recorded speeds up or down, depending on how you change them.
Okay. So here, the tires on the vehicle were the same as the manufacturer tires?
They were.
So the speed of 88 miles an hour would be accurate?
It would.
Okay.
Okay, that's going to look reckless.
At
for
that
sure.
speed, is the ability to maneuver the vehicle affected?
It is.
How so?
So if you're going 88 miles per hour, let's say you have to slam on the brakes to avoid a hazard. So at 88 miles per hour, it's going to take you longer to stop. If you have to turn the steering wheel to avoid a hazard, it's going to affect how the vehicle reacts, whether you can yaw, which is basically the back end sliding out from under it. It's going to affect the road grip, the tires on the road, things like that. And then again, it's going to also depend the roadway conditions, weather.
Okay. And let me ask you, so from your training experience, from the time a person perceives a hazard on the road to when they react, what is that usual time difference?
Objection calls for speculation.
With regards to the defense's objection to speculation, are you offering him as an expert in that area or no?
Judge, I believe that it was under accident reconstruction.
All right, the defense's objection will be sustained.
Okay. So,
I think we caught Judge Boyd not
from
paying
your
attention
personal
there.
knowledge, when you see something on the roadway, how much time usually goes by from when you perceive it to when you react to it?
Objection calls for speculation, Judge. Depends on the circumstances.
All right, with regards to speculation, that will be overruled.
Objection to relevance.
All right, that objection, how is this relevant?
Judge, it goes towards the timing of the brakes, and it'll be developed further in later testimony.
All right, that objection, defense objection will be sustained.
I'll move on, Judge. Were the brakes applied in this case?
They were.
When were they applied?
I think she's a little distracted.
It shows on the data that the brakes were on from 5 seconds all the way to the time of the event.
So the driver of the Tesla was holding down the brakes all 5 seconds before the crash?
So when it reads the braking, it doesn't give you a percentage of the braking. It just tells you that you are braking. So it could be that the brakes are being applied or your foot is on the brake. It doesn't tell you a difference in between on basically how hard you're braking. That makes sense.
But the brakes were applied from 5 seconds before the crash all the way to the crash?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going at 88 miles per hour on a surface street, how long would it take for the brakes to bring a vehicle to a full and complete stop?
We object to speculation again, Judge. Depends on the condition of the brakes, depends on tires, depends on a lot of things.
Well, hasn't he testified to the brakes? If you want to lay the foundation for him to testify to that particular point.
Of course, Judge, you may proceed. So, from your training in accident reconstruction, what kind of factors can affect braking time?
Perception, reaction, weather, roadway conditions, such as potholes, light debris on the roadway, like gravel, things like that.
Okay. So let's say, hypothetically, on a smooth, dry street on a clear day or night, how long would it take a vehicle braking from 88 miles an hour to come to a full, complete stop?
How heavy is the
Object to
vehicle?
speculation again, Judge.
All right, could I have parties approach?
You can't just say a vehicle going 88 miles an hour hitting the brakes, how long would it take to stop? We've got different tires, we've got different road conditions, we've got different weights of vehicles, we've got different slants of roads. It could be an incline, a decline. We could have anti-lock braking systems. We could have all-wheel brakes versus just front or back. There's like a billion different options that he needs to address with this specific model, which I don't think this guy can get into, especially with it being a Tesla, and he hasn't really seen anything since, I about that. Yeah, a little bit of blue paint showing through on these questions. A train leaves Chicago going 60 miles an hour. Just kidding. Those are the worst questions. Let's see. Alcohol intake, fear, anger are factors too. I'm sorry. You got that question too? Red Pen, welcome home. It's always good to be back home. Comfortable environment. We're back with the judge.
All right, State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So, Sergeant, what was the speed of the vehicle at the time of the crash?
At the time of the event was 33 miles per hour.
Okay. So from 88 miles an hour down to 33 miles an hour, how much deceleration is that?
Well, it lost or it decelerated from 88 to 33, so about 55 miles per hour.
Okay.
It's a lot of deceleration.
Did you believe that speed was a factor in this crash?
It was.
What was that based on?
It's based on it's based on all the data, the braking, the steering, the recorded speeds, and where the crash occurred.
Have you worked on other fatality crashes?
I have.
Okay. At 33 miles an hour, is that considered a heavy crash or significant crash?
33 miles per hour would be a moderate crash.
Okay. What kind of harm would that do to a pedestrian?
Objection calls for speculation, Judge. He's not qualified to testify about that.
All right, if you can lay the foundation, otherwise the defense's objection will be, at this time, will be sustained.
Okay. So you worked on fatality crashes before.
Yes,
Have you worked on vehicle against pedestrian crashes?
I have.
Have you ever seen the results of those crashes?
I have.
Do you know the speeds usually from that the vehicle is traveling when it hit those pedestrians?
Can you repeat that?
Let me rephrase the question. From the previous pedestrian versus vehicle crashes that you've worked on, was speed ever a factor?
Speed was always a factor.
As far as
their injuries.
Judge, I'm going to object to relevance. Other
Right,
crashes don't have
relevant.
anything to do with this case.
Judge, it sets a template that the witness can testify to and comparing this crash to other crashes.
But what's the relevancy?
It goes to proving up the amount of injuries to the victim.
All right, the objection will be sustained.
Detective, let me ask you, does the EDR record steering wheel position?
it does.
Okay. What was the behavior of the steering wheel leading up to the crash?
You may consult your reports and your data.
It's going to take me a minute to find that particular page with that data on there.
Take your time, Sergeant.
Okay.
What level of Candy Crush do you think Judge is on right now?
Okay, got it.
All right. What was the behavior of the steering wheel
Panda
before the
Pop.
crash?
So 5 seconds out, it goes from a -1 angle to a negative 357-degree angle at time of event.
So let's translate those numbers into, so -1, what would that be?
So as you're driving down the road, got a steering wheel 360 degrees. 1 degree is just slight movements. You can have, as you're driving down the road, basically any of the data that you're going to see up to about 5-7 degrees is some of this. You hit a bump, it's going to move a little bit, but you're really not swerving or anything like that. As you increase either right or left, you're changing the positioning of the tires. So you're starting to make a turn. So say, for example, you're going to go around a corner. You're obviously going to hit, 50, 60, 70, 90 degrees on that steering wheel to make that turn. If it's just a slight turn in the roadway, you're just going to slightly turn that wheel. Once you have it and you're seeing the -357, you are cranking that steering wheel as hard as you can get. As hard as you can get it.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
So -357, that is someone doing a hard turn.
That is a hard steering maneuver, correct?
Okay. Would that be to the left or to the right?
So a negative number would be to the left, a positive number would be to the right. So in this case, it's going to the left.
Okay. And this hard change happened 2 seconds before the crash?
So it changes from a -1 at 5 seconds out to a -357 at time of event. But 2 seconds out, it goes from a -51 to a -357. So it goes from basically making a turning maneuver to cranking that wheel as hard as you can to the left.
Okay. So the driver of this Tesla vehicle cut the wheel all the way to the left 2 seconds before the crash.
Yeah, starts to cut it with that full lockout, almost full lockout at time of event.
Okay. Judge, can I have a moment?
Yes.
So he saw it coming, and he tried to swerve, or at least he saw the car losing traction and going off to the side of the road, up on the curb, and tried to swerve. But momentum was not in his favor. I'm not sure what the moment is. Where did he go? He's not talking to the witness. He's not talking to his counsel. No, he's not talking to the jury. There he is. Found it. Oh, plug it in the PowerPoint.
First, of the record, I'm playing State's Exhibit 48, specifically video marked 01-21-54.
Which repeater?
It's front repeater.
Front.
Okay. So, Sergeant, can you see that up there?
I can.
Okay, let's watch.
We can't see it. I'm sure this display is quite impactful. We'll just never know. Tesla traveled 420 million miles. Sounds like the one they launched into space.
Around 46 seconds into the video. So there was a hard turn to the left 2 seconds before this.
It starts to go to the left from a more normal kind of turning maneuver to what I would call like panic steering, where you're just cranking that wheel to the left.
So the driver of this vehicle cut hard left 2 seconds before this.
Yes.
What did he see?
What
so
did he
this
see?
Was when the driver cut hard left. It's at 44 seconds. This would be 2 seconds before 46 seconds.
Do what?
This 44 seconds would be 2 seconds before 46.
Correct.
What do we see here on the video? Is there a person here?
Person, building, curbs, looks like a traffic island.
Okay. So this is when the driver of the vehicle made a hard left.
That's when the steering really starts to crank over to the left. Correct.
So Sergeant, let's go back to your report real quick. What were these? How were the vehicle speeds recorded 5 seconds before the crash?
How were they recorded?
I'm sorry, at what time intervals were they recorded?
Everything's recorded in 0.2 second intervals.
Okay. About how many recordings were there?
I'd have to count them real quick.
If you want to refer to, I think it's page 2 of your report.
So a total of 26.
So what was the speed of the vehicle at 5 seconds?
Speed of the vehicle at 5 seconds was 88 miles per hour.
What was the speed of the vehicle at 4 seconds?
Four seconds, it's 74 miles per hour.
What is the speed of the vehicle at 3 seconds?
60.
Speed of the vehicle at 2 seconds?
50.
1 second before impact?
37.
And then at the time of impact?
33.
So they're steadily decreasing.
That's some pretty hard braking.
Let's talk about, on the first page of your report, you talk about the maximum delta V. Can you describe that for the jury?
So max delta V is just a change in velocity. So delta V is the math symbol for change in velocity. Max delta V is the maximum change in velocity that the EDR is going to record.
Okay.
We hear that during
What would
rocket
the delta
launches
be
too.
in this case?
Chris in Auburn, thank you
The
for the GOAT
maximum
trophy.
delta V longitudinal was negative 50 kilometers per hour or 31 0.06 miles per hour.
And the delta V, is that a good measure of the severity of an impact?
Yes.
Okay. And negative 50, what would that be considered?
That would be a moderate impact if you're impacting, say, another vehicle or something like that. Usually we see them in miles per hour. It's very few that we see in kilometers per hour, but a negative 50 in this case is a 31 mile an hour change. So that's, I would say, moderate.
So it'd be moderate in a vehicle to vehicle collision.
Correct.
What about vehicle on pedestrian?
That'd be pretty severe depending on the circumstances.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sergeant. Judge will pass the witness.
Defense.
1 second, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, time's up.
Does anyone need a break before defense starts? Okay.
No one's giving the international Kit Kat sign, so we're good.
A little close, please. Okay. So at 5 seconds out, the EDR is recording Mr. Castillo's speed at 88 miles an hour.
Correct.
Okay. At 1 second out, it's got his speed recorded at 37, correct?
Yes, sir.
You testified earlier that the speed limit on South Alamo is 35 miles an hour.
I believe so.
So 1 second out, he's only about two miles an hour over the speed limit, correct?
At 1 second out, correct.
Okay. He's decreasing speed rapidly, correct?
Not fast enough.
Yeah, over the 5 seconds, there's a pretty severe decrease in speed.
Like a 55 mile per hour decrease.
You testified from your report earlier that you'd made a determination that speed was a factor in this accident.
Yeah.
Correct? If his speed is decreasing 55 miles an hour from 5 seconds out to the point of impact, can you explain to the jury how speed is a factor in this accident?
So the faster you're going, the harder you're turning that wheel to steer, you're going to get what's called understeer and negative steering. So if you can imagine, say, a roadway that has turns in it, like these backwood highways, 2 lanes, you might see those arrow signs that tell you there's a curve up ahead. And sometimes you'll see those tire marks that go straight through that curve. So that would be what's considered understeer. So basically what it is the speed is too fast for that vehicle to make the turn that you're trying to do. So the wheels are turned, but the momentum of that vehicle is pushing that vehicle forward. So you keep going straight, even though you're wanting desperately to turn that wheel.
So you said a key word there, and that was momentum. Can you explain to the jury how momentum can affect a vehicle that is decelerating?
So with momentum, you're decelerating, you're just decreasing speed. You're decreasing feet per second.
Okay, that I understand. That is what deceleration is. You're decreasing your speed and how fast you're going feet per second, correct?
Correct.
How does that affect the momentum?
The momentum is decreasing.
Okay, so as Mr. Castillo's speed was decreasing, the momentum was decreasing as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So even though at 1 second out, which is about the time he really starts to turn that wheel, and he turns that wheel at 1 second at a negative 174, correct? If you look at your report.
At 1 second out, it's showing 193, negative 193.
193. Okay. So you got a negative 193. That's still a pretty hard turn, right?
It's becoming a hard turn, yes.
Okay. And at 1 second out, he's going 37 miles an hour.
Correct.
Can you explain to this jury why his vehicle wasn't responding and making that turn at 37 miles an hour?
Because you have weight involved.
Oh, you're going to blame the
weight
car
of the
now?
vehicle.
Are Teslas a heavier or lighter vehicle than your normal passenger car?
That I do not know. I've never weighed one.
Okay. Have you had any training with regard to electric vehicles?
As far as what?
As far as how they respond in situations like this, where either the car is decelerating or trying to take a turn at a certain speed.
I don't quite understand what you're asking.
Would you agree with me that a heavier vehicle, let me back up. Are you familiar with the Ford F-150 Lightning?
I am.
Have you seen the NHTSA reports where those Ford F-150 Lightnings are literally going through concrete barriers that are set up on the highway?
Judge, I'm going to object to relevance. If I can't
There you
talk
go.
about other vehicles, defense counsel certainly can't either.
All right, so if y'all will
Sustained.
make your
No
legal
speaking
objections to
objections.
me, and the court will respond to legal objections. So,
Relevance, Judge, and F-150 is not involved in this case.
Judge, we're talking about weights of vehicles. I'm giving him an example of how a very heavy vehicle responds differently than a normal vehicle.
all right, could I have parties approach?
This is good for the goose, good for the gander, right? Defense objected to this very similar type of thing, saying that's not relevant because it's a different type of car. And now they want to talk about a pickup truck, an electric pickup truck, much bigger, much different vehicle. I'll show the map again. Do I still have the map pulled up?
All right, so state's objection will be sustained.
So, Sergeant, let's just go back to the Tesla. I'm going to try and stick my questioning to the Teslas, okay? Do you have any knowledge whether or not a Tesla is heavier than a regular passenger car?
I do not.
Okay. Some of these electric, well,
You can't go there. He doesn't know.
a Tesla is an electric vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And it has numerous batteries in it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is the weight of the Tesla proportioned differently than in a regular combustion engine vehicle?
How do you mean?
Well, regular combustion engine is usually in the front of the car, right?
Yes.
Okay. Tesla batteries are throughout the underside of the body, right?
Correct.
Okay. So would all that weight being under the center part of the vehicle affect how it handles?
So you're asking about weight distribution?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So would the distribution of the weight of that vehicle affect how that vehicle maneuvers as it's trying to turn?
It can, compared to other vehicles.
Okay. So I guess my question is this. You listed speed as a factor in this accident, right? What other factors contributed to this accident?
Speed and steering input.
how did the speed, or excuse me, how did the steering input affect? How was that a factor in this crash?
So again, going back to the speed, the faster you're going, the harder you're turning that wheel, you're going to get that understeer or that negative steer where you're pushing through a turn, where you're just kind of going straight. I lost my train of thought. Sorry.
It's okay. Happens to me all the time.
Going.
So we're asking about how the steering input would be a factor in this crash. So as he's there at, let's back up to about 2 seconds. So what was his steering input at 2 seconds? I've got negative 51 on my chart, but I might be wrong. Is that right?
Yes, negative 51.
Okay, so negative 51, he's going into what would pretty much be a normal turn, correct?
Starting to make a normal turn, correct.
Okay. Let me ask you, are you familiar with this intersection of Probant and Alamo?
Unfortunately, I am.
I was waiting for the address again. Thank you.
You say that because there's a lot of accidents there?
Correct.
Right. So at Probant and Alamo, that's not a hard, 90-degree turn, correct?
Depends which way you're going. If you're going off to the right, it's more of a arc turn. If you're going to the left, it's kind of like, I guess, almost like a J shape, something like that.
That's fair. So probably maybe a 30 or 40-degree turn. Just kind of goes off to the side, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. And so we're not talking about him having to make a hard left. We're talking about him going on this J, this curve to the left, correct?
Are you asking me what he's doing?
Correct. Yes, Judge.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Sergeant. Thank you.
As far as the steering input?
Yes.
I couldn't tell you what he's doing.
Here's the intersection.
What he's thinking he's doing. All I can tell you is that the data is showing that he's making that steering maneuver.
So at negative 51, would that be
I think he's going
along
this
the lines
way.
of what it would take to make the turn there at that, to go to the left there at Alamo and Probant?
It might.
Okay.
And under normal speed conditions, yes.
And at that time, he's going about 50 miles an hour, correct?
At 2 seconds out?
Yes, sir.
He's turning down this road. So he came from over here.
Correct. 50 miles per hour.
Came from up here.
And so he's about 15 over.
And he's going down here.
Right?
Yes, sir.
But he's not double anymore, right?
No, he's not double anymore.
That's where he hits. And that's the dent from the body.
In your training experience, would a vehicle be able to make that turn at 50 miles an hour?
I've never attempted it myself, so I don't know.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. And so
bring up the fact you've got
with the
railroads
momentum
there, too.
of that vehicle, the Tesla that we're talking about in this case, with the momentum of that vehicle at the time that he's trying to make that turn 2 seconds out, would that have affected his ability to make that turn?
Yes, it could have, based on the steering input, the braking, and the current speed, and then the roadway conditions. Yes.
Let me ask you this. Have you ever ridden a motorcycle?
Only when I wasn't supposed to as a kid.
My mom doesn't.
You're riding a motorcycle, you accelerate through a turn, right?
Relevance. Yes.
I don't have much training, but yeah, that's what I've been told.
Okay. All right. So, and momentum is what helps you as you're accelerating through that turn, stay into that turn, correct? That's what we're talking about here is momentum.
For a motorcycle?
Yes.
You got to lean into that turn as well.
True. There's a lot of factors, right? So if this vehicle, this Tesla, was decelerating, how is that affecting its momentum as it's trying to make that turn?
So even as you're decelerating, you're coming from a faster speed, and then depending on the amount of steering input, you're still going to slightly turn, but still kind of push forward through that. You can kind of see it in the video a little bit before that.
And then also you notice in the video, I don't know if you saw it from the front view. Can we play?
What do you need?
Which one was it where he hits the, it was the white repeater, right?
Greener's doing some digging for us. There may be an older image that predates this. Are we frozen? Seem to be frozen. Uh-oh, Judge. Yep, we're frozen. Her feed just dropped. I'm not sure if she's going to notice. Greeners was doing some research and found an image that that predates the crash. I think that also has the bent bars, excuse me. It's addressed causation. Yeah. Now, Judge Boyd has no clue that her live stream's down because, you know, she's in the middle of Candy Crush or Pop Wars or whatever it was. She usually calls a break when this goes down. The latest image we have was this one right here. Now, so it looks like she has tried to address it, but it could be an internet issue because it's lagging terribly. Who has the internet today? Whose job is it? Well, Judge, it shows she's still live on this one, which is sort of troublesome.
Left. Correct?
Yeah, that's cranked as much as you can get it to the left.
And for whatever reason, that Tesla's not responding. Correct?
It's responding based on the speed and the weight and the steering. It's just not responding the way maybe a driver would want it to respond.
Thanks, Greeners. Looks like the state was right.
So at 2 seconds out, we're at 50 miles an hour. At 1 second out, we're at 37. At 0.2, we're at 34 miles per hour. And at the time of impact, we're at 33. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
One second, sir.
Sure.
Sergeant, I appreciate you asking more questions. Thank you.
Yes,
that's witness, Judge.
State.
Judge, we have no further questions. May this witness be excused.
All right. Is this witness excused?
He's excused, Judge.
All right. The rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to share your testimony with anyone while this trial is pending. Thank you. And if you'll leave whatever documents with the court reporter, please.
Okay.
All right. Does anyone need a break before the next witness's call?
Judge, I think I would like a break.
Okay. All right. I'm going to give you all 10 minutes. All right.
to the
Please remember my
jury.
previous instructions.
I wasn't talking to the lawyers. I was talking to the jury. Well, we're going to be in break for a little while. Don't take the mic home, please, or else we'll hear you in your house, wherever you are. It'll be on the record. How are we supposed to understand any of this without any blue paint and slow motion cameras? For sure. If we've learned anything from the Commonwealth, it's that. Who was the witness before the sergeant? Wasn't that the lady? The desk lady at the police station? Right? The one with the tough name to spell? All right. Well, while we wait, the podcast tonight. Wouldn't the car be sideways if he was trying to turn? I think he was successfully navigating the turn a little bit, but also I don't think he was sliding. I don't think he lost traction. Looking at this picture again, I mean, we've got railroad tracks, okay, and we don't have the benefit of a video here, but oftentimes with the railroad tracks, there's a little bit of elevation change. So the car literally could have been sort of airborne at times, depending on the speed, where the tires are not in contact with the road. So even if he's turning or trying to turn, the car, when it's airborne, is going to follow that, you know. What is that? Is that centripetal force or centrifugal? Whichever one that throws it out on the curves in a straight line. Makes it leave tangent to the curve, right? Something like that. I seem to remember something, my teacher telling me something about that in math class. Centrifugal? Okay. Let's see. Our tracks are flush with the street. Even if they're flush, there's gaps and there's very different surface. They're a smooth surface, and so you could lose traction, especially in a high turning situation like that. Okay, they got the witness camera back up, which is good. It crashes almost every day. You got to take the cosine, 1 over the cosine of the steering angle. Oh, man. Greeners. I have no clue how to do that. Math isn't the first class I failed, but it was the last one. So, let's see. Teslas are fast, but not as agile because they are so super heavy. They accelerate really well. If you have your tires going sideways over those, the gap will catch the edge of the tires and flip the car. I think they have a really low center of gravity, though, in a Tesla. Something about the battery on the base of the car being most of the weight. Didn't your stats teacher try really hard to pass you? Greeners. Did I tell that story here? She tried really hard. Yeah, that's a story we can't share. Tonight's the podcast at 8 p.m. right here, and super excited. Thomas has gone out of his way to attempt to find something yummy to try, or potentially yummy to try, and I need to do the same. And I'm like last minute. Maybe I just need to order some pizza. Let's see. Let me order some pizza for the podcast tonight. Quick check and see if they have what I like. Pizza Hut. Yes, you can use my location while visiting your site. Do you guys have those really derogatory names that you have for each each fast food restaurant. Do you guys do that? Like Burger King you drop the R and things like that. Or do you get, probably not, you guys are not childish like that. Shelly Small says, San Antonio is beautiful. I want to go back there and visit. Why can't we share a story you already shared? It sounds like a story I might have shared like during late nights and moments of regret. Yeah. I can tell you here what we used to call Kentucky Fried Chicken. Do you know where the first Kentucky Fried Chicken was? The restaurant? Salt Lake City, Utah. Go figure. Let's see. We're looking for pizza. Get started. Carry out. I think I'm like a block away from them. All right. Ready in 15 minutes. Ooh, that's exciting. Okay, that's quick. Well, I'm not seeing the one that I should find. Let's do customize. Let's do a Supreme and customize that one. Oh, we want. Well, Pizza Hut does not have pickles. Okay. So Pizza Hut's out. Tesla equals steel. All the letters are there, Jim. Not sure that's what they were going for. Let's see if Domino's, also close by. Choose my location. I'm over here somewhere. They give me like the whole U.S. map to choose from. I have to zoom in like 20,000 times to find my location of Pizza Hut. There we go. Bingo. Car side delivery sounds good because then I don't have to get out of my car. Specialty. Oh, we want build your own. Build your own. Where do you get pizza with pickles on it? Let's do homemade pan-sized pizza. Nobody has pickles. Nowhere because pickles are gross. Josh, not true. Take it back. You buy a regular pizza and you add pickles that you have. Purple coconut. I think I might have to do that. But could I at least get like a Supreme pizza? Let's see. Let's go back to Pizza Hut because my last pizza was from Domino's and it was not good. Do you remember? Did I tell you the story about this Pizza Hut? This one local to me? I ordered pizza. Or my wife ordered pizza. I forget what it was. I think I ordered pizza. And then I was gone. I took the car and I left, and I didn't. I was out metal detecting. It was actually a really cool trip. We found some amazing stuff, but I didn't get back for like I was probably like 6 hours late getting back. And she had ordered, I think she had ordered the pizza for pickup because I was supposed to be home and I wasn't. I'm still in trouble for this, by the way. And Pizza Hut had saved the pizzas for us like 6 hours later. And I felt bad because we did, in fact, ask them to make them. And so I showed up to get them, and they're like, "Oh yeah, they're right here." And they handed them to me. They were like shriveled, dried, dehydrated pizzas. They'd just been kept in the warmer for 6 hours. It was not good. It was not good. So it's that pizza. Let's see. Domino's had pickles as a free add-on? Where? By us. Oh. Pizza. Supreme. Edit. It's a large Supreme pizza. Still no pickles. All right. We'll wait and see. Judge should be back here in just a minute. Go to Pizza for the hot wings. I'll make sure to strike up a conversation to tell them to make it hotter. They're not hot enough. Anyway, tonight's podcast, I think we're going to be trying some pickle pizza. And if I can, I might have to make my own. But I think Thomas will also be making his. Thomas is like starting from scratch. Like, I think he's mixing the dough right now. Jason's Deli. I might have. Does Papa John's do it? I'm just gonna ask AI to answer these questions for me, because this is too much work actually Googling things myself. What pizza restaurants near me offer pickles on pizza? I used one of my 20 deep dive requests on this one. Hungry Howie's Pizza. Hang on, it's got like Denver, Detroit, Charlotte. What part of near me don't you understand? Okay. Not going to Detroit for pizza tonight. I don't have a plane. All right. Little J's Pizza and Subs, right here in town. Never heard of them. Don't even know where they exist. Papa John's Pickle Pizza is officially known as Cheesy Burger Pizza, featuring a tangy burger sauce, ground beef, and aroma tomatoes. I'd have to say I just want a regular Supreme Pizza with pickles. Pizza Hut, no pickle special. Domino's. Greg's Pizza. It's only a 10-minute drive away. He has a bacon cheeseburger pizza. Am I making you guys hungry yet? Probably not. In my city, there's like 11 or 12 pizzerias, only rivaled by the 20-ish hair salons. There are only 30,000 in the city. Everybody eats pizza. Yeah, it lost a lot of context. I had to give it zip codes before it started helping me out a little bit. Pickle Bacon Ranch. Should we make some calls? We can wait while Judge is on break. Let's make a couple quick calls here and see if we can call Papa John's Pizza on Fire Tower Road in Greenville.
Calling Papa John's Pizza.
Thank you for calling Papa John's. We're open and ready to serve you. Please listen carefully as our menu options have changed. Para Español, presione ocho. To check the status of your current order, please press 2. To place a new order, please press 3. For store hours, please press 4.
This is not a prank call. I'm trading off the sound effects.
Your call may be recorded for quality and training purposes.
I'm recording it.
Our goal is to provide best-in-class customer service. To help us improve, please take our one-question survey after placing the order.
One question. It's like one bite.
Thank you for calling Papa John's. My name is Harry. It's for carryout or delivery in Greenville.
Harry, actually, I've got a quick question. Do you guys offer dill pickle on your pizza? Hello?
Sorry. Pickles?
Dill pickles.
What's that?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, what's that?
Is it that in English? I still can't understand what you were saying.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I look like.
Let's do one thing.
Okay, so
Let me
on
just get to the
Quayar,
store directly and they
Norma,
will
what
assist you
page
with
is
that because I'm
Quayar
not sure
on?
about the dill pickles. So in the case the line gets dropped, you can redial that number, press extension 5 to reach
Whatever I
directly
think
to
it's
the
gonna be
store. All right?
I said always fix it.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry. I can't understand you. I apologize. I have no idea what he's
All
saying.
right,
And the judge
so
is
when
back.
are you asking to return?
I think so. You're probably going to take all their plots. Yeah.
All right, Norma, are you able to put it on May 19th?
Harry
All
thought
right,
that was
and
a
then
prank
the other
call.
one you have?
To have hernia surgery today. I'm like,
So he might need to come in on.
Oh, Carlos.
oh no.
Jose Gonzalez, yes.
Say it's an outpatient. It's an outpatient deal. He said he could come in tomorrow, so I'm gonna touch base with him
Great,
tonight.
Norma, if you can recall this for 45 days?
Anesthesia. He'll be incredibly.
Let him know he needs to be on time.
Don't abuse him.
Yes, that's.
I've heard people asking like, so do you?
June 29th?
It's like, okay, I'll be gentle. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Like, what happened today?
I can't call them
I think I
back.
did on surgery.
Is everyone ready?
Judge, I think we want to ask, how late do you want to go today? We want to go till
I
5? or-
think we just call the witnesses and we'll see where we are.
Of course, Judge.
All right, thank you. Thanks, guys.
Message received.
All right, Deputy Laura, if you can line the jurors up.
That's a call center in India? I was trying to call the Greenville
And then
location.
on Friday, what I can tell you all, we're not starting until 10 because I have mental health court.
Gotcha. How's that going?
Oh, it's going well. You know, there's always an issue with funding,
Oh,
an issue.
you heard
with
about
finding
AOT, right?
beds.
You heard about our AOT program?
Yeah,
That's ridiculous.
yeah.
Oscar started this thing, one of 3 counties in the country.
Mhm.
Has trained, I don't know how many states. And now
Mhm.
we're the largest county in Texas, no program.
Yeah.
And wait till that starts hitting the jail and the hospitals and how it starts affecting it. I'm telling you, it's gonna be bad.
It's going to be
They
bad.
don't listen to us though.
Don't listen.
I was talking to Judge Kays and it's like, I should still flag people for AOT. force the LMHA to do their statutorily mandated duties and provide outpatient services to these guys and see how that goes.
Yeah.
Related to the Judge Hayden and Laredo, right?
Yes. I think that was his uncle. I think so. He was older for sure. Yeah, he's related to Phil. Phil's his cousin. And so they're all related. So, but yeah, it's all up out of Lorena. Yeah, same family. Same family.
Oh, if you all could have your witness on the stand, please.
We'll give him just.
Thank you.
I normally do pretty well with accents. I could not understand that guy.
They're right there.
I don't think his name is Harry either. Is that? I'm pretty sure that's not Harry.
Pavel. And I'll ask him to spell his name for you.
Ready?
Just give us a moment. Yes, we are. We're ready.
Okay. All right, for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. State, call your next witness.
Judge, I don't believe the witness has been sworn just yet.
No, call your next witness.
Judge, we'll call Detective Clayton Paula.
All right, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. There's a square microphone up there. If you could place that somewhere on your lapel, it's for the court reporter to hear.
Okay.
All right, if you'll state your name for the record, please.
Detective Clayton Pavelik.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
How are you currently employed?
With the San Antonio Police Department.
Okay, and how long have you been employed by SAPD?
For the past 14 years.
Okay. And what's your rank right now? Detective?
Detective, yes.
Is that a promotion above a usual patrol officer?
Yes.
Okay. What unit are you currently assigned to?
The Traffic Investigations Unit.
Okay. What are your duties with the Traffic Investigations Unit?
So we investigate any kind of crime involving vehicles, mainly hit and run crashes, all the way from just damage to vehicles, all the way up to the death of someone. Also manslaughter cases, intox assaults, manslaughter cases involving vehicles, and even murder cases involving vehicles.
Okay. What state certifications do you have through TCOL?
Through TCOL, I have my Master Peace Officer license.
Okay. And in regards to the Traffic Investigation Unit, what kind of specialized training do you get to be a part of that unit?
I got certified in crash reconstruction.
Okay. So you walk us through like your training in crash reconstruction. What does that entail?
It's several different classes, over 120 hours of training, going over how to reconstruct a crash scene, how to basically see the damage on vehicles, and kind of go from there. And also do math to get speeds of vehicles.
So you've done mathematics as well?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Now, in your time with the Traffic Investigation Unit, how many fatality crashes have you done?
Since I've been on the unit?
How many fatality crash investigations have you been a part of?
In San Antonio, we average probably 200 a year. And so, I mean, I'd say I go to at least probably between a third and a half of those while I'm on duty.
Okay. And you said that's in San Antonio. Have you assisted other agencies?
We have.
Oh, okay. Which agencies have you assisted?
We've helped Leon Valley out before on a case. We helped, trying to think of the other one. Balcones Heights, mainly just other smaller cities in this area.
Okay. Have you testified in court before?
Yes.
Have you testified involving crash reconstruction and mathematics before?
Yes.
Okay. In 2023, specifically right around March and April, were you up to date with all your certifications?
I was still going through my training at that time.
Okay. Just maybe.
So is that a no?
Yes.
Looks like we're going sidebar. I'm still going through training. Are you going to ask if he is expert as well? Which means we're going to have another lengthy voir dire by the defense. Could happen. The witness is very interested in the conversation, following it closely. Doesn't want to turn his head and actually look at the judge as she's talking, because that just feels wrong. But he cocks an ear. Top stripe on his tie is going the wrong way, and it bothers me. It's also a terrible knot. It's a terrible knot. I'm a little shook about ordering pizza. I thought I could ask about a topping and just... Apparently I called Calcutta. I called Calcutta, and they don't know what dill pickles are.
All right, so Detective, you said you were in training around March and April of 2023. Were all of your certifications and classes completed before that date?
For the crash reconstruction, I still hadn't went through the like EDR, CDR certification training.
Okay. Did you do the EDR extraction analysis in this case?
The extraction, yes, I was certified for that. I wasn't certified to analyze it.
Okay, but you did not do the analysis in this case. But everything else you were certified on at the time you did this investigation. Okay. Has anything...
And I'm sorry, and just with regards to that question, any objections, defense?
Judge, the objection I have, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine to say.
The objection that I have at this point.
Come sidebar.
I'm sorry, approach.
You got it.
Defense is objecting to him being able to answer all these questions as an expert in areas where he was not certified at the time, was not current. That's going to limit the questioning. The judge actually flagged that as soon as she heard the answer and said, "Hey, defense, here's your moment, because now I'm on your side on this one." He has a tie made for radio. For the record, I lost power when we started talking pizza, but power is now restored. Let's see. Thomas, I'm trying to find a place where I can join you tonight in a taste test, but I might have to craft my own. I mean, like, by craft my own, I mean order a pizza and add pickles to it. So, at least I can make the pizza tasty first. Is that cheating? Got a gig this weekend, by the way. Doing audio for a church, like a choir thing. Excited about that.
All right, State, you may continue.
Thank you so much, Judge. Right. So, Detective, were you called out to a collision at the corner of Alamo and Provan Street?
Yes.
And this was on March 25th, 2023?
Correct.
In San Antonio, Texas?
Correct.
In Berry County?
Yes.
All right. Did you write a report based on your investigation that began out there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Would a copy of the report help refresh your memory for your testimony today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Possibly expert status as well here.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
This is going to be what's labeled for identification purposes, State Exhibit G. All that I ask is that this is not admitted to evidence, so feel free to refresh your memory from this document, but don't read directly from the document.
Okay.
Okay? All right. So, Detective, when you went out to the corner of Alamo and Probant on March 25th, 2023, Did you go out there with other detectives?
Yes, I did.
Which detectives did you go out there with?
It was Detective Orta, Detective Martinez, and Detective Zissel.
Okay.
All part of the traffic investigations unit at the time.
Were you the detective that was in charge of the overall investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have personal knowledge as to what the other detectives did at the scene?
Yes, so Detective Orta marked the roadway evidence at the scene. Detective Rickle completed a sketch and he measured on the rough sketch.
Okay. So let's rewind just a little bit. How is a crash scene usually processed?
So the way we go out there, the first thing we look for is the roadway evidence at the scene, which are any kind of skid marks leading up to the crash. We'll also look for debris fields. We'll look for any kind of other evidence there. We'll look for evidence in the vehicles and just try and piece everything together about how the crash occurred and work our way.
And was that process done at this scene?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak to any of the patrol officers that had arrived first?
Yes.
Did you get information regarding their investigation?
Yes.
And you added that to your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you a few photos that have already been admitted evidence.
Can't use the good ones?
Thank you, Mike. So, Detective, did you assist and do you have knowledge of evidence that was collected at the scene?
Yes.
And what about markings at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show state exhibit number 6. Were these some of the markings that you said were done by other detectives?
Yes.
Same with exhibit 7?
Yes.
Same with exhibit 8?
Correct.
There is an X right here on state exhibit number 8. What is that?
It usually means he just painted the wrong thing. He got maybe a little off track or something, so he put an X through it. And then, as you see, he continued his pattern where he was going.
Okay, so those yellow lines show the path of travel?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any damage that you remember to the curb of the sidewalk?
There was a little bit of damage. You can see some scraping right here along the bottom. And then, like you can...
Can you point that out on the big screen?
On the big screen? So right here on the... You can see on the curb here, there's like some scraping.
I'm searching online on my phone for pizza places.
If we can get the there.
Kind of like a white filth mark.
Okay. Let's continue on from that. What about on, this is what's already been admitted at state exhibit 9. Do we see any other damage to the roadway?
Yes, it looks like there's damage to the asphalt.
And you're talking about, what are these called? Scratches or striations or?
Yeah, either scratch or a scrape mark.
Those usually occur when a vehicle is involved in a collision?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And then lastly, state exhibit 10. What is that?
That is the vehicle that was involved with Tesla.
Okay. So you did markings of the roadway, and you also collected evidence?
Yes.
Was one piece of evidence the white Crocs that were found?
Yes, they were found in 2 different spots.
Okay.
We found one of the shoes inside the driver's floorboard, and then the other shoe was found close to the scene.
And I'm going to show state exhibit number 20. Is that the white Croc that was found in the vehicle?
Correct.
And then state exhibit number 13. That's the white Croc that was found around the corner?
Yes.
Did you also find a cell phone in the vehicle?
Yes, it was on the driver's side seat.
Okay. Do you remember if that cell phone had any information that was displayed on it?
Yes, it had the defendant's information, his name, I believe his height, weight, and an emergency contact.
I'll show state exhibit number 23. Is this the phone that was found?
Yes.
Okay. And Before this, did you have any suspicion about whether Robert Castillo was involved?
I mean, the vehicle did belong to him. It was registered to him, so it's usually first person we look at if the vehicle's not stolen.
Okay, so your investigation began to suspect that Robert Castillo was involved.
Yes.
Right. Now, Detective, you've had training in crash reconstruction and mathematics, right?
Yes.
Let me ask you, I'm showing state exhibit number 31. Is there some significant damage to the vehicle and to the windshield specifically?
Yes.
Okay. Would this kind of damage be synonymous with a high-speed impact?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think you can answer that one.
That will be overruled.
Yes, it would be.
Okay. And based on your training experience and expertise, would this be damage that is consistent with striking a pedestrian that's, say, 5'10", 191 pounds?
Yes.
There's a place called Mellow Mushroom.
How long were y'all out there?
Approximately 2 hours or so.
Okay. And while you were out there, did anyone that was associated with the vehicle come back and speak with y'all?
No.
Did you ever have any contact with the driver?
No.
Did you ever have contact with the passenger?
No.
So everyone associated with this vehicle never made contact with y'all the entire time y'all were there?
No.
Detective, I'm going to show you state exhibit number 2. This is a map of downtown with Alamo being right here and Provan being right here. So the accident would have occurred right around here?
Yes, correct.
Okay. What kind of area is this?
It's kind of a business residential area. It's the best way to describe it. There's a lot of apartments. There's also a lot of businesses, restaurants, all kinds of stuff. Everyone calls it the Blue Star area.
Okay. So a lot of people live there?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did anyone or was there any 911 call or report about multiple shots fired coming from this area around this time?
No.
Were the only 911 calls coming out of this area at this time, to your knowledge, about the collision?
Yes, that's all I recall.
So no one reported a shooting that you know of?
No.
Okay. Now you stayed out there for a few hours. When was the victim declared deceased?
Let's see. He was pronounced deceased at 1:46.
And were you able to ascertain the identity of the deceased?
I believe we did get his ID at the scene, but we didn't confirm it until the medical examiner did fingerprint.
Okay. What was the ID that you found?
It was for Eric.
That's for, what was his last name?
Moody.
So it was Eric Moody that was deceased?
Yes.
Okay. Did your investigation end that night?
No.
Okay. Now, through your investigation, did you learn that Antonio Lerma made contact with police?
Yes.
Did you learn through your investigation that Antonio gave an interview?
Yes.
Did you watch this interview?
Yes, I did.
Through your investigation, did you learn that Robert Castillo turned himself into the central substation?
Yes.
Do you know when this event occurred?
It was a few days after on 3/27.
Okay. So the initial crash was on
3/25.
And Robert Castillo turned himself in at, or on which day?
3/27.
Okay, so about 2 days after?
Yes.
Did you speak to a Miss Jennifer Aruza about what occurred?
Yes.
And when Robert Castillo turned himself in, was there an arrest warrant or search warrant out for him?
No, not at that time.
So there was no warrant, nothing by law enforcement seeking out Robert Castillo when he turned himself in?
No.
He turned himself in of his own free will and volition.
Yes.
Now, based on your investigation, after Robert Castillo turned himself in, then did you apply for an arrest warrant?
Yes, I did.
Was that arrest warrant based on your investigation?
Yes.
Was that arrest warrant granted by a magistrate?
Yes, it was.
How is an arrest warrant granted by a magistrate?
So they read it over. If they believe there's enough probable cause to that the arrest can be made, then they sign it.
Okay. And to your knowledge, what is a magistrate?
A magistrate is a judge.
Okay, so a judge signed off on the arrest warrant.
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, I'm so sorry, man. To your knowledge, was an arrest made?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So when did you apply for a search warrant of Robert Castillo's white Tesla?
That was on 4/19.
And was that the same process as an arrest warrant?
Generally the same process. You take it to a magistrate and they approve it.
And was the search warrant for the white Tesla granted?
Yes.
Okay. What were y'all looking for?
The electronic data recorder and the thumb drive that had video recordings on it.
Okay, so you got two items.
Yes.
Okay, so you extracted the EDR?
Yes.
What did you do with the data from the EDR?
So using our software, I image the EDR and it prints out a report. Like I said, at the time, I wasn't certified on how to read the report, so I gave it to Detective Davis, or Sergeant Davis now, and he analyzed it.
Okay. So while Sergeant Davis is looking at the EDR, you're looking at the USB?
Yes, the video.
What was on that USB?
There were videos from the Tesla.
Okay. Now, was there a problem or a gap in the video when you were going through the USB?
Yes, it's an approximate minute between the two events that were stored on there.
Through your investigation, were you able to hypothesize why that minute gap occurred?
Yes, so...
That can call for speculation, Judge.
Uh,
No way he knows why that gap happened.
I'm asking through his investigation what he learned about that minute gap.
All right, that objection will be overruled.
So through my investigation, I learned that Tesla automatically uploads the video of a collision through the cloud, and they also upload the EDR data. So that could have possibly interfered with the recording.
Tesla does their own investigation.
Okay. Now, through your investigation, did you find out that there was a 911 call made by the other vehicle involved in this case?
Yes.
Did you attempt to speak to that driver?
Yes, I did.
Were you successful?
No, he would not return my phone calls.
Detective, are you up to date with your SFST DWI investigation courses?
Yes, I am.
Can you describe to the jury what DWI investigation and SFSTs are?
So it's basically how you go about determining if a person is intoxicated. Usually some of the ways you start by you smell intoxicants on their breath, if they have a strong odor, if they have bloodshot eyes, slurred speech, then you can go by if they're stumbling or just kind of lethargic moving. You just kind of work your way through.
Judge, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. There were no SFTs done in this case. There's no relevance.
All right, State.
Judge, I'll ask questions specifically about a DWI investigation.
All right, then the objection will be sustained.
So when you're doing a DWI investigation, are you trying to look for clues?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to object. There was no DWI investigation done. There's no relevance.
Judge, one of the manner and means about this is that the defendant was acting recklessly because of the introduction of intoxicants. So I'll be able to develop this through further testimony. I need to ask these questions in order to prove up an element of my.
All right, the objection will be overruled.
All right, Detective, what are clues in a DWI investigation?
It's getting spicy.
So like I said, you'll start with determining if you smell intoxicants. Bloodshot eyes can do it, and then you go into the SFSTs, which consist of the horizontal gaze nystagmus test, the walk-in churn, and the one-leg stand.
Are there clues that you look for when a person is driving that may indicate a reasonable suspicion that they're impaired?
Yes, you can look for erratic driving, not maintaining a lane. Sometimes they might be delayed in how, like stopping or just, fast, driving way too slow. There's a lot of different things.
Okay. So if I showed you some video of Robert Castillo driving a vehicle, would you be able to look for clues about possible impairment?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This has not been disclosed to us at all that he is going to do any kind of on-the-spot analysis of whether or not his driving at the time was somehow impaired or showing indicia of intoxication. This hasn't been disclosed to us. Furthermore, Judge, there is no report as to such. And as we all know, just watching a video is not going to be able to show whether or not Mr. Castillo was intoxicated. The balancing test on this under 403, this is highly prejudicial with very little, if any, probative value. And we'd ask that this not be permitted.
May I respond, Judge?
Yes.
Judge, part of the indictment, the manner and means, is about the defendant acting recklessly because of the introduction of intoxicants that could cause impairment. Now, detective has already testified that he is trained in looking for clues regarding DUI investigation.
Just for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could step outside briefly.
Jury. The jury's like, hang on, it just got interesting. We have to leave? Yeah, the speaking objection needed to stop. Jury will step out. We'll continue this conversation, hopefully not at the sidebar.
All right. So this is what I can, you all may be seated. This is what I'm telling y'all I'm finding. Number one, in the indictment in count one, it says that in or driving under the influence of alcohol, a drug, a dangerous drug, or combination thereof.
So there's notice.
So that puts the defense on notice that they're trying to prove that Mr. Castillo was maybe driving under the influence of alcohol, a drug, or dangerous drug, or combination thereof. So with that, there's notice of that's what the state is going to prove. Now the question becomes, what other notice outside of that are you saying you don't have?
I don't have any report from Detective Pavelic indicating that Mr. Castillo or his driving was showing signs of impairment. Detective Pavelic has had these Tesla videos since at least April when he executed the search warrant. There has been no report or any kind of evidence provided to the defense under 3914 indicating that Mr. Castillo's driving showed indicia of any kind of impairment. To have him come in here and do that in front of the jury is so prejudicial.
Judge,
has he been given any reports?
There are no reports regarding intoxication. However, he has been given all the videos in discovery, and it is part of the indictment that intoxicants may be involved.
I mean, it's in part of the indictment.
You have to investigate it, though. But you can't do the investigation in the
courtroom. Doesn't he need discovery?
Yes.
On, then are they existing or driving under the influence of alcohol or drug or dangerous drug or combination thereof? I mean, for example, in this where you're saying he failed to apply brakes in a timely manner, you call a witness, and that witness talks about when braking was done. And then it's saying at a reasonable speed, and you have a witness to come in and talk about speed. And my understanding is they were given discovery about someone testifying about the rate or speed of the vehicle and about the braking of the vehicle. So it would appear to the court that in order to present evidence from some witness about being under the influence of a alcohol or drug or dangerous drug or combination thereof, then the defense should have been given some sort of notice of that other than
the indictment.
It's in the indictment.
Right. I'm with the judge on this.
The reason that there was no DWI investigation done was because Mr. Castillo was not at the scene afterwards. There was no contact with him until 2 days after the fact, well after he had potentially sobered up. This is the only way that we can prove this element of the offense is through Detective Pavelic.
But if you were going to prove it through this officer, there should have been some sort of report, because otherwise the defense doesn't have adequate
notice
information to cross the witness on what he's going to talk about.
And Judge,
I mean, defense, were you aware this witness was going to talk about a video and your client may or may not appearing to be under the influence of alcohol or drug or dangerous drug or a combination thereof?
Judge, we had no idea. And furthermore, I don't think that even if he does talk about what's on the video, that it's going to show any kind of evidence that our client was under the influence of alcohol, a drug, or a combination thereof. I haven't seen anything about alcohol or a drug or a combination thereof. Matter of fact, the only evidence that we have in front of the court right now in this jury is Mr. Lerma's testimony yesterday saying Mr. Castillo was not intoxicated.
All right. What I can tell parties.
Judge, if I could just add one thing. So regarding the report that was generated by this witness, he did take into account Mr. Lerma's statement that was provided to Detective Stausenberger. And that was that the defendant did seem to be intoxicated and or buzzed or feeling good, Judge. And so he took that into account in his investigation. Now, I would submit to the court that this line of questioning is rebuttal to what they insinuated to the jury yesterday, which was that the defendant was completely sober, even though there are facts and evidence that dispute that, Judge. And so that would be my response regarding notice, is that it's in the indictment. It was mentioned in the prosecution guide because he reviewed the statement of the witness, and that it is responding to a direct line of contention that they opened the door to yesterday.
Judge, I totally disagree with that. That statement that they're referring to was the statement made by Antonio Lerma. Antonio Lerma was up on that stand, and he testified under oath that Mr. Castillo did not appear to be intoxicated. That's what his testimony was. At first he said, oh, well, maybe he was a little buzzed, I don't know. And then we started talking to him, it's like, well, why'd you get in the car with him?
Right,
he flat out said, well, yeah, no, he wasn't intoxicated. He didn't appear to be intoxicated at all.
This is what the court will allow. You can question the witness about clues of intoxication, because that is in the indictment, but you are not allowed, and he's not allowed to testify from watching a video, his
observation,
determination, or his thoughts on whether or not the defendant was intoxicated or under the influence.
Okay.
So does everyone understand?
Just to clarify, Judge, you're allowing him to talk about clues of intoxication, but not to view the videos and that are already in evidence and testify to what he sees on those.
No,
no.
So I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No problem.
No, please forgive me. I guess my understanding of the court's ruling is that he can watch the videos but not form an opinion as to intoxication.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
But he can watch the videos with the jury and call out the clues of possible intoxication.
No. He can testify to his experience and what clues are.
Okay.
He is not to then watch the video and say, this is what I'm considering to be a clue, or this is what I'm considering to be a clue as it relates to this defendant.
Acknowledged, Judge.
Okay.
I guess just a quick question, Judge. So just regarding the videos that are in evidence, is the witness permitted to say, I'd previously watched this video and observed the defendant
No.
you know, running a red light, because I mean that's in the
Well, I mean, that is
if he's not attributing it to
intoxication.
Intoxication.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So just so everyone's clear, he's not. He's allowed to view the exhibit, but not form an opinion as to intoxication.
It's admitted
or anything
evidence
that is happening on the video that indicates, oh, this is intoxication.
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank you.
You know whose fault
All right,
that
let's
is?
bring the jurors back in.
The
Can I get a water?
witnesses.
I'm sure.
PAW.
Judge is like, I've got water.
ELEK.
PAWEL.
Clayton. CLAYTON.
Oh, you said you needed water?
Yes.
Oh, do y'all have water? We only have the fountain in the back.
It's a little win for the defense, with him not being able to watch the video with the jury saying, look, he's drunk, and you can see so by this and this and this. Deer Park, that was your moment. Yeah, just be like, we're here with a case of water. Deer Park water.
Try.
This, I don't know why he wouldn't write a report. If they're going to have him testify about that, why would they not disclose that? They might lose the DUI side of this because of that. Yeah, we've got Little J's Pizza and Subs. I think that's going to be the best bet because they make sandwiches, so they should have pickles. And they have pizza. And they're in town. They're not too far away. So.
Yes. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Try Canton. I'll head right up.
All right, you may be seated and state you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. All right. First of the record, I'm going to be playing a video from State Exhibit number 48.
Here comes an objection.
And Detective, if you'll watch along with me.
Watch the whole video. Now let's talk about signs of impairment. I think this is flirting with the line with the judge's ruling.
This is going to be 01-16-49. So, Detective, can you watch this video and tell me if you see anything that's out of order?
Uh-oh.
He pulled through the handicap parking spots instead of just turning right to exit.
So he's pulling through a handicap parking spot there?
Yes.
Look at defense. He's fuming right here. Because they're sort of working around the judge's ruling to get the same effect. If he was like drunk, you would expect more.
And playing 01-17-50 front.
He drove through empty parking spots.
Tell me if you see anything out of order here, Detective.
The defendant rolled through the stop sign without completely stopping. Here he pulls forward past the stop line into the crosswalk area. takes a while to completely stop.
Every one of these jurors is thinking, this is how I drive.
And now playing 01-18-51 front.
No, maybe defense should have argued that the video was best evidence, and having him narrate it is not. It's not good. I think. Yeah.
He's in the straight only lane to stay on the access road. He cuts over at the last minute, cuts off the other driver to get on the highway.
You can see that he cut off the other driver on that video? Hang on, I can't even see the video, and I question that that's what you can actually see.
Here he seems to be traveling at a high rate of speed, passing all the other vehicles.
Playing 01-19-53 front.
Was that the rear camera that we saw before? Maybe that did show the cutoff.
Continues traveling at a high rate of speed. Picks his speed back up, passing all the vehicles. Crossing multiple lanes.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to speak up so that the court reporter can hear.
Okay. There he's almost straddling two lanes for a little bit.
Improper lane position. Then, of course, there's the part where he hits a pedestrian, which is also bad.
Playing 01-20-53 front.
Disregards the red light, like the vehicle in front of him did. Stops even though he has a green light.
That's a bad one. Stop it at greens. That'll get you walking the line on the side of the road in a hurry.
Playing 01-21-54 front.
Still stopped even though he has a green light. Accelerates.
These are videos from the Tesla itself. His own car testifying against him.
Says control.
All right. Let's move on to another subject. Detective, talk about firearms. Are you trained on how to use a firearm? Yes. What kind of training did you go to be certified to use a firearm?
We go through training in the academy, and then we do yearly training every year to get certified.
Okay. You're a certified law enforcement officer?
Correct.
Commissioned by San Antonio Police Department?
Correct.
Are you required to be armed?
Yes.
Are you armed right now?
Yes.
What kind of weapon are you armed with?
With a 9mm Smith & Wesson.
Smith & Wesson? Okay.
Please don't show us.
What kind of firearm is that? Pistol, revolver?
It's a pistol, semi-automatic.
It's a blunderbuss.
Okay. Are you trained on how to use that weapon?
Yes.
In the academy, were you trained on night operations?
Yes.
Okay. Did you fire weapons at night?
Yes, we did.
Okay. What is a muzzle flash?
It's a bright flash anytime you pull the trigger.
Okay. So that bright flash, would it be like a little pinprick of light, or would it be not a giant fireball, but like it's a significant flash of light?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Move to strike the answer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you instructed to disregard the last answer?
How bright is a muzzle flash?
Muzzle flash, it's very bright.
Okay.
Okay, but catching it on film?
I'm going to show you what's been admitted already as Defense Exhibit 1 and 6.
On a 30 frames per second camera, you might not catch it very well.
Can you take a look? Right there.
And Defense, you can, just one moment. Defense, if you need to move around to see what they're referring to, you're more than welcome to do so.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I know exactly what they're looking at.
Good, David? Good. Okay. All right. Can you look right there in between the A-pillar and the side pillar? Do you see a spot of light there?
Yes.
In your training experience, is that amount of light given off by a muzzle flash?
No. Looks more like maybe a cell phone camera or something.
What about in Defense Exhibit? So that's Defense Exhibit 1. What about Defense Exhibit 6? You see that spot of light?
Yes.
Is that synonymous, or that amount of light synonymous with a muzzle flash?
No.
Okay. I'm going to play State Exhibit number 48, specifically 01-21-54. If I can find it. Okay. So. All right, so what I'm going to do is going to go to Tools, Effects and Filters.
You're what?
So I can see it.
You're running the
Video
Photoshop?
effects, geometry, and interactive
Here comes an
zoom.
objection. Effects and filters, and I'm going to add a...
So we're going to go frame by frame. And detective, tell me if you see anything that would be synonymous with a muzzle flash from the vehicle.
Wonder if this was disclosed. Sure it was. The video was disclosed, so...
There.
Saw the light, but it doesn't look like a muzzle flash.
What does it look like to you?
Like I
Objection
said,
calls for
maybe a
speculation.
Cell phone.
Just one second. So once an objection is raised, if you'll stop talking, that's okay. What is your objection?
Objection, it calls for speculation. It's conjecture. He doesn't know what it is.
All right.
I'll rephrase the question, Judge.
All right. An objection.
Approach.
Yes.
Why are we doing the 2 riders, 1 horse thing? Why is he whispering? Probably because he knows that he's the one at fault for the fact that they can't talk about the signs of drunk driving that were captured on video, and they can't point it out to the jury because he didn't write a report about it. The speculation, he's already said, I don't know what it is, but it looks like it might be this. I think that is speculation. I think that should be sustained. But there is a flash. We have a witness who has testified that he heard the gunshots, and it's a state's witness that testified that, with a deal, testifying that he heard gunshots. So if there is a flash and he hears gunshot sounds, would a reasonable person conclude that they were actually getting shot?
Each side will have a chance to question the witness, and each side, if they have an objection, they're supposed to address their objections to the court. So if there's any statements made by either side that is answering a question and they're not the party that's asking the question, you're to disregard that. Does everyone understand? All right. So if you will ask your question.
Oh, I'm still going through the exhibit with
Yes,
this. If I proceed.
Yes.
Thank you.
And the last objection from the defense, since state you're withdrawing that question, that objection will be sustained.
Very well, Judge.
Okay.
Watch some video again.
Now, Detective, that other vehicle that we're seeing right here, where did it go on the video?
It turned onto Flores.
Okay. And is it now out of sight?
Yes.
Is there any kind of, for lack of a better word, firing solution or a way that a weapon could be fired when it's out of sight?
No.
Okay. Did you see anything that looked like a muzzle flash to you during that?
No, I did not.
Okay. Let's go back a little bit to the same interaction. I'm going to fast forward just a little bit for purposes of time. This is 01-20-53 right. All right. So, Detective, on this video, what's going on with the other vehicle?
It looks like they're engaged in some kind of argument or going back and forth with each other.
Is the other vehicle, I can see a face there. Is he rolling his window down?
Yes.
Okay, so this is at 45 seconds in. All right, so if the interaction started at 45 seconds, how long is this video?
It should be about a minute.
Okay, so it's about 15 seconds of interaction there?
Correct.
Okay. I'm sorry. This is 01-21-54 bytes. And that's about when the interaction ends. So where are we at second-wise on this video?
29 seconds.
So roundabout, the interaction between Mr. Castillo and this other driver was about 45 seconds?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about defects. Was the white Tesla impounded at ground impound?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did you go out there to inspect the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
All right. Were there defects that you found out there?
Yes, in the back
Take
bumper.
pictures of those defects?
Correct.
Had it been shot at? That's the question. Are they buffering? Take a minute. Maybe two.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
All right. Detective, I'm showing us the labels to exhibit 51 through 58. Can you tell me what these are?
Yes, these are the CSI photos taken of the possible projectiles in the back.
Okay, and do you have, you were there when these photos were taken?
Yes.
Are they clear and accurate representations of the vehicle and the defects as you saw them that day?
Yes.
Judge, the state would like to exhibit, like to admit, state exhibit 51 through 58, pending any objection.
No objection, Judge.
All right, state exhibits 51 through 58 is admitted without objection.
So let's go through these bit by bit. Thank you, ma'am. All right. So are these, what's the term for these? Defects?
Yeah.
Okay. What did they look like to you?
To me, they do appear to be from a bullet.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So they'd be bullet holes?
Yes.
Okay. And these were on the white Tesla that Robert Castillo was driving?
Correct.
Okay.
So
Same thing, state exhibit 52. Is this the close review?
There are bullet holes. Okay.
And state exhibit 53. What appears to be pictured there?
I believe it's right here. Looks like the.
Oh, you
Well, if you could point out the big screen.
Right here is the defect, possibly from the bullet.
Okay. State exhibit 54. State exhibit 55. State exhibit 56. Does that look like the trajectory that the bullet took?
Possibly that's blurry. I can't see.
For the rip in the fabric?
Yes.
Okay. Say exhibit 57. Okay. And say exhibit 58.
Couldn't hear you, sir. I'm sorry.
Could you keep your voice up because everybody still has to hear?
Yes, that's the fabric.
Okay. Thank you so much, Detective. So, Detective, while you were investigating these bullet holes, did you find anything that would show when the bullet holes were created?
No, there's no way to tell that.
Is it within the realm of possibility that these bullet holes were already in the vehicle before the collision?
Yes.
A day before?
Objection calls for speculation, Judge. He has no idea.
With regards to speculation?
Judge, I'll move on from the question.
Thank you.
There's no test to show when something was shot.
Sustained.
This is the video.
Oh. While you were inspecting the vehicle, was any projectile or bullet located in the vehicle?
No.
It was a complete pass-through?
We couldn't find any kind of...
So no projectile was recovered?
No.
Okay. Now, Detective, while you're reviewing the videos, did you see any pedestrians that were on the roadway before the collision?
Before the collision?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
He's making little swans. It's a paper goose, I think.
Yeah, that'd be. This is the other repeater.
Did you want me to point them out?
Stand by. You see a pedestrian here?
Yes. Walking on the sidewalk.
This is.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is 012154 left.
This trail needs less pictures
right
and
here,
video.
I'm going to rewind it just a little bit. Right here on the corner, do we see movement?
It looked like it, yes. Yep, I see someone walking.
Is that another pedestrian on the roadway?
Yes.
Not the same one, right?
No.
So, Detective, a few more questions. So, and this is 12418 back. Detective, does it appear there's a vehicle approaching on the right side of the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So, Detective, there was testimony yesterday that this vehicle was the same vehicle that Mr. Castillo accosted, for lack of a better term, earlier that night. So, let's go back to that.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the phrasing of that question and that it's leading.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm going to object to the phrasing of that question and the fact that it's leading. Nobody testified that Mr. Castillo accosted that vehicle.
I'll rephrase the question, Judge.
Objection.
All right, the objection will be sustained.
Phrasing. Cynthia, thank you very much for the.
So there was testimony yesterday that this vehicle is the same Toyota FJ that we saw earlier in the videos. So let's exit out of that because I want to look at it a little closer. And Detective, from your investigation, from viewing these videos, this was the Toyota that was involved earlier.
Correct.
Okay. I'll pause it right there. Detective, are you familiar with the headlights of a Toyota FJ?
Yeah, I'm looking at them.
How many, standard issue, how many do Toyota FJs usually have?
It appears to have 2.
Do you see anything, any kind of other lights, any under the hood lights, on the bumper, on top of the roof, anything at all?
No.
It's standard 2 headlights, right?
Correct.
Okay. Let's go back to when the FJ allegedly came
back. Just for your information, I'm not buying Toyota FJ headlights for this case. He's doing a pretty good job.
Your previous testimony was that there were 2 headlights on that vehicle.
Yes.
And no other headlights that you saw that were on there?
No.
We'll go frame by frame. Detective, can you see how many headlights are on this vehicle?
There's 4.
Is it possible that the Toyota FJ went around the corner, slapped some lights on it, and then came back around?
No.
So there is no way that this vehicle is the same as the vehicle we saw earlier?
No.
Detective, did you obtain an arrest warrant for this case?
Yes, I did.
Which offense?
For failure to stop and render a death.
Against who?
Against the defendant, Robert Castillo.
Do you see Robert Castillo in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point him out for the jury?
And he's right over here in the blue suit and black tie.
Okay. Let the record reflect that the witness identified the defendant. And what was the conclusion of your investigation?
That he was driving the vehicle. He fled from the scene of the crash without rendering aid to Eric Moody.
Thank you, Detective. Judge, we will pass the witness.
Defense?
One moment, Judge.
See if defense comes out swinging here. They have to be careful not to open any doors as well with this witness, because they got some favorable rulings earlier on. But they might reverse those if they get careless.
Detective Pavelic, my name is David McLean, and I represent Robert Castillo in this matter. If at any point during this, my questions to you, you don't understand a question that I'm asking you, if you would, please just let me know. I'm happy to repeat it. I ask bad questions all the time.
Yes, sir.
If you do answer a question, can I rely that you understood my question when you answered it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. let's start where we left off. So we're looking at this video right here. Can I manipulate that computer at all? Yeah, thanks. Appreciate you.
That's what it's going to do on the screen right here.
So as it's driving through, you'd agree with me, that's a Toyota FJ though, right?
It looks like a Jeep to me.
Got round headlights, right?
Jeep's like, I'm going to sue.
Yes, it has round headlights.
And that's actually a better picture of what we're talking about with the four headlights, right? No, those four headlights are those two headlights and two fog lights.
I see 4 lights.
You see 4 lights, but earlier you testified there were 4 headlights. So I'm just trying to determine what exactly we're looking at here. There's 2 headlights, 4 headlights, 2 headlights, 2 fog lights.
There's 4 lights.
4 lights. And that's your answer.
Cannot tell if they're, there's headlights, probably fog lights.
Okay. Do Toyota FJs have fog lights built in to their bumper?
I don't know. Some do, probably. Some don't. I don't know.
Okay.
I can show you a quick picture here.
Yeah.
You wanting this one?
Yeah.
Here's a quick picture of an FJ. Fog lights built into the bumper right here. Right here. So, yes, possibly. And Jeep now wants to sue Toyota for for stealing their design. I think they already did. There was already a suit over that. Was it Jeep and Hummer? I forget which one. Which one did it?
You see on that FJ, the cavity that I'm pointing to with the mouse right there. You see that?
On the bumper?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Those are fog lights, right?
I don't see a light on there.
Not on at the time, is it?
No.
But those are fog lights, right?
Like I said, I don't see a light. I don't see a lens or anything that indicates there's a light there.
But there's a cavity here that indicates there's something there, right?
Possibly.
Okay. Why would somebody turn on their fog lights?
And it's foggy?
Okay. Or maybe they just want more light.
Yes.
So they can see.
Sure.
So they can see better, right?
Sure.
Especially if they were looking for something, right?
Don't object to that. That's speculation. There's no way the witness can tell or see into the minds of others as to whether they're turning fog lights on or not.
Sustain.
Would you agree with me that if somebody has their fog lights on, they're going to be able to see better than if they don't have them on?
Usually, yes.
Okay. Let's go back to the video where he's coming back around. So we're going to go back to 124.18 back.
Back. Going way back.
This is when that vehicle comes back around. And Detective Pavelli, I'm going to apologize to you and to this jury that I am having to slide over here to the defense's or the prosecution's table. The tech at the defense table just does not work, and I have no way of doing video there. I'm trying to get to a very specific thing. I'm sorry.
Take your time.
Okay. Can you tell me what color the top of that vehicle appears to be?
No,
Would you agree with me? It looks like it's white.
I can't tell from the how far away it is.
All right, if you could remember to just keep your voice up.
I can't tell.
How about in that frame? Can you tell? Does it look like it's white to you?
Not on here. No.
At this frame, it's starting to get out of the frame. You see that back tail light?
Yes,
Does that look like the tail light on the FJ?
I would have to look at them side by side.
Go back.
Like I said, I think it's a Jeep, but
All right.
You want to go back to the other one?
Yeah. How about right there?
yeah,
Looks the same, right?
the other one was red, though. That's like that amber color.
We can't really tell from the, we're not talking about pristine video in these videos, are we? But the shape of it looks the same, right?
Correct.
Position looks the same, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You can take it. All right. We'll work backwards a little bit. So you went out and inspected this Tesla that was out in Groudon Pound that was involved in this accident, correct?
Yes.
When did you do that?
It was after. I don't remember the exact date.
Would it be safe to say that you got a search warrant somewhere in the neighborhood of about January of 2025?
Yes. Sounds
It's almost 2 years after this accident, you went out there to look for bullet holes, right?
No, we knew the bullet holes were in there.
Oh, you knew the bullet holes were there?
Yes.
When did you find out the bullet holes were there?
That night.
Really?
We saw.
Uh-oh.
Would it surprise you that CSI testified earlier when I told her that she took pictures of bullet holes, that she knew nothing about that?
She's the one that told me.
Really? Okay.
Okay.
Judge,
so you found
that's a mischaracterization of a previous witness testimony.
Sustained.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you'll remember the testimony as you remember it.
The judge lets it slide.
So your testimony tonight is, or this afternoon, is that CSI told you that there were bullet holes in the car.
Yes, I'm pretty sure she told us at the scene.
Okay. Did you find out from other officers involved in this investigation that shots had been fired that night?
We found out later on when we saw the call. Well, not that shots were fired, but that Diego called in saying that a gun was pointed at him.
So who's Diego?
I mean, not Diego.
Who's Diego? Oh,
Mr. Gomez.
This is falling apart.
Yeah, Diego Gomez, the driver of the FJ.
So Diego Gomez told you. Well, I'm going to object to hearsay. We don't need to know what Diego Gomez says because he's not here.
I think that's improper if he's objecting to his own question, Judge.
I'm objecting to the hearsay response.
All right, the party's approach.
It's getting good, guys. It's getting good. Defendant folds his arms, or the witness folds his arms like he's satisfied with his performance, but inside he's a wreck. He didn't do a report. He's misnamed witnesses at the scene. He's now contradicted the CSI who documented the scene, threw her under the bus, and her testimony is different than the other, than what he said. Oh, it's good. It's good. we can do, Judge. Who's Diego? And where in the world is Diego?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, my understanding, defense, you're withdrawing that question.
I'll withdraw that question, Judge.
All right.
You had other officers assisting in this investigation that night, correct?
Yes.
You had bicycle cops out looking around for Mr. Castillo and Mr. Lerma, correct?
Yes.
You had Eagle up in the air, the helicopter, looking for Mr. Castillo and Mr. Lerma, correct?
Yes.
Okay. From those bicycle cops, did you have a chance to talk with them during the course of your investigation?
No.
Okay. At any point, did someone tell you that the driver of the FJ had fired shots at them?
Judgment object to that. That's hearsay.
Sustain.
Okay. Let me ask you this. At any point, you found bullet holes, right? In the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do any other investigation as to whether or not shots had been fired at that vehicle that night?
There was no way to tell that night.
Did you look for shell casings?
I looked at the video.
What video?
The Tesla video.
Okay. And on the Tesla video, did you see anyone point a gun at the Tesla?
Not that I could see.
How about the driver of that FJ during that video? Did he go back up like this, like he was pointing something at them?
I saw him move, but I didn't see a gun.
You didn't see a gun, but did you see him make some sort of a furtive movement that indicated he was threatening the Tesla occupants?
He made a movement. It could have been for a cell phone. You never know what he was going for.
You have no idea.
No.
Cops would have shot in
Did
that
you do any
situation.
investigation to find out what happened?
I tried to talk to him, but he would not talk to me.
You never returned your calls?
Nope.
Is that indicative of somebody who thinks they're going to get in trouble for something, like for shooting another vehicle? Maybe. I think you're right. CSI said they did see the holes, but they did not know if there were bullet holes.
Let me ask you this. Did you review the officers' body cams that were out investigating and looking for Mr. Castillo and Mr. Lerma?
The bike officers? Or
Yes, sir.
No.
Why?
Because they didn't find anything. And they didn't report anything.
So if they don't report anything, you're not going to investigate what their body cam showed?
They would put that in a supplement.
Did they?
Not that I saw.
So nobody told you about shots being fired that night?
No.
No witnesses got or interviewed?
There were no witnesses.
What about the passenger?
Okay.
That night.
We're going to have to subpoena those guys.
Whoa. We're going to have to subpoena those guys, he says.
So just for the jury's sake, to be clear,
get to
you
work.
did not review all the body cam and all the reports from the officers that were out there doing the bike investigation?
From the bike investigation?
From the bicycle officers who were out there doing investigation that night?
I did not review all their body cams, no.
Okay. Did you collect any cell phone data or video from any witnesses?
There was no witnesses out at the scene.
When EMS arrived, they said that there were two, and this was from testimony yesterday. They said that there were a man and a woman walking around the Tesla vehicle. Did you investigate to find out who those people were?
When I arrived at the scene, there was no one else there to talk to. No witnesses. The officer said there were no witnesses there.
EMS told CSI about those two people. Did you find that out from CSI?
No.
It's in her report. Did you investigate that at all?
The witnesses? I don't have names. How am I going to talk to them?
Did you find out which EMS paramedic or fire told CSI about the man and the woman walking around the vehicle?
No. EMS is there to treat the patient. They didn't get the other witness information.
I understand that, but they are the ones that told CSI detective about those two people. Did you bother to find out who they were?
Again, how am I going to find out who they are? We didn't get any information on them.
You could have asked EMS or CSI, couldn't you?
But they did not get any information.
Did you find out why they didn't get the information?
Like I said, EMS is there for the patient. They're not there to get witness information.
But don't you think that would have been important to have?
The sleeper trial is waking up.
So you're the lead detective in this case, right?
Yes.
And as the lead detective, don't you think it's important to review the body camera video of the other officers who were involved in this investigation?
If it was pertinent to the case, yes.
And who determines if it's pertinent to the case?
If an officer is just out searching for the person, they don't find anything.
Would it surprise you to know on those videos that those officers had people telling them about gunshots?
Judge, I'm going to object to that. That's a mischaracterization of previous witness testimony.
Sustained.
Judge, I'm not talking about any witness that's testified. I'm talking about the investigation that he's failed to review.
All right, the objection will be sustained. You can ask your next question.
Would it surprise you to know that people heard gunshots that night?
People hear gunshots all the time in San Antonio.
When you interviewed, did you interview Antonio Lerma?
Did I interview him?
Yes.
No, another detective did.
Okay. Did you review that interview?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Lerma testified that he heard gunshots coming from that FJ as they were speeding off, didn't he?
Yes.
So I don't object to that. There was no testimony that Lerma heard gunshots coming from the FJ. He just said he heard gunshots.
Correct.
All right, that'll be sustained. Can parties approach?
Okay, it may be time to wrap up for the night. It's getting heated. It's getting good. We sat through some pretty boring stuff to get to this point. We've paid our dues. Now we get the reward. This is lead detective. The case is falling apart around his ears. And he's got a crappy tie on. The knot on his tie is just terrible. It's getting hot in here. Judge is going to take his badge. And it's free water. Is it too late to add more witnesses at this point? I bet defense would be able to get away with it. They would say, hey, we found out through the trial that this was new information to us. And so I think they might be able to get new witnesses subpoenaed. Plus, I mean, they've got time.
All right, defense, you may continue.
But you have to do something, defense. Please do continue.
So I'm looking at your report, officer, and you turn to page 2. Lerma said he heard multiple gunshots that night, right?
Judge, I'm going to object to that. We just talked about this.
All right,
From
so
the report, Judge.
Well,
here's
he's
the
reading
thing.
from something that's not in evidence.
All right, so everyone, please approach.
Here's the thing, says the judge. Did you find a pickle pizza? No, Ann Miller, but I found a place like right next to me that makes subs and pizza. So they should have pickles. And I can be like, look, what'll it cost? Just load it up with dill. See what happens. Dill pickle pizza. He just looked at the report and reviewed it, knowing that the question might be going that direction. I don't think defense is going to give up on this one. Jury's getting asked to leave. We are seeing a little bit of a sidearm there sticking out from under the suit, and it's printing as well. Witness stands back. Looks like we're done for the day. It looks like the judge called an audible and said, y'all, if you can't play nice, I'm going to take my ball and we're going home. That's where we're going to end it. The jury's leaving. The witness just left. We can't go forward right now. We're going to continue with defense questioning this witness tomorrow as the case continues. If I ever get in trouble, please get in touch with this attorney and tell him I need him. This is Janet. The boxes have been straightened. They've been stacked neatly. I still can't see what they are, if you can. Witness is still up there up front. Is there a pizza show-off tonight? There is. Cat, for sure. Thomas is going to win. We still don't know what the QR says. I think it's the password for the Wi-Fi. It's a QR code to connect to the Wi-Fi. Excuse me. No pickle pizza. I don't even have any take and bake within an hour and a half of me. I don't know how I can live in a college town. Well, that's probably why I don't have any. It's a college town. Of course, these students aren't going to cook for themselves. They need it made for them. I think he's getting out of earshot. We're going to sit tight for just a minute and see what happens here, because he hasn't left. What is wrong with North Carolina? You need to move. I know. When we were on vacation, we stopped in and got Papa Murphy's Take and Bake. We were able to cook it in our Airbnb and in our hotel even. Had a kitchen and everything. Supreme pizza, dip in pickle jar. No, not the juice. I have a big problem with like drenched pizza. Like if it's wet. No. But the pickles themselves. Spicy dill pickle goldfish crisp rock. I like them. Ron, I've tried them. I love them. Doggy food is gross. Consider you've been talking dill all day. Please play big dill. I don't even know where. I used to have it on here. On my soundboard, so I could just. I've got big.
It's bigger than you.
That's not it.
It's bigger than me. It's bigger than all of us.
I've got to play it off the laptop. I don't know. I'm done. Here's what I think we're done for tonight. That's where I think we are. I think we're done. I think the judge is going to go home. But the witness keeps standing there like something's going to happen. Says the guy that eats cake and milk. It's different. It's different. Pizza dough is not the same as cake dough. Apparently we have our favorites here. Old Bay Goldfish are at Myers. We had some at Food Lion. Got some. That's where I got my last batch. Record it for tomorrow. We can. It will just be available. The judge will keep these up for us. He might have been asked to step away from the bench so he doesn't hear what's being said. I think they would have asked him to leave, really, if that was the thing. But why is he still standing there pacing back and forth? There's apparently a dill pickle smoothie at Smoothie King you can get. What is Smoothie King? Well, let's see. We have a Smoothie King here in Greenville. The best kind of delicious. Smoothie King. Not a sponsor. Sip your summer. Hydration watermelon. Extreme watermelon. The Activator Recovery watermelon. Seems like they got the wrong memo. High protein gut health Greek yogurt watermelon. Power Meal Slim watermelon. There it is. Pickle smoothie. Made with Grillo's pickles. Limited time only. I can't do pickles and watermelon, though. Classic fruit, classic smoothies. It would be in there, right? Pickles of fruit. Nope. Their menu's too difficult to navigate. I can't go there. Boyd has gone past 5 several times, so we'll see. She has. Picking the jury went past 5, and we opted out on that, on the tail end of that. Tammy Lee, you wandered away and we're still here. Tammy, it got spicy. This defendant this witness who's up there on the stand, the lead detective, has stepped in it a couple times, opened his mouth and said the wrong thing, and defense is going for the jugular. And the objections have been flying. It's been good. The sleeper trial has woken up. Okay, here we go. He's taking the seat. Is he going to put his mic back on? No, he's just going to get his water. We see a badge. He's not taking his water with him. I wonder if the lawyers are fighting something out right now. Pickled watermelon rind? You eat the shell? Do you eat the peel of the banana too? Red, I'm confused. Why would you do that when you have the good part? I do not like watermelon, Sam. I will not eat them here or there. I will not eat them anywhere. I do not like them. Sam, you see, I don't like them, so let me be, or something like that. You use all the parts. Maybe like in a famine. You know, if there was nothing else to eat, we could pickle the watermelon rind. Salt on watermelon is great. Yes, salt is delicious. Also on chocolate. Sea salt on chocolate. A little bit, not a lot. You need to question mods' food choices before putting them on the mod squad. I should have asked them about pickles, Josh. Feta cheese? I can't do feta. Feta and blue are my 2 no-goes for cheese. Sounds like she would eat the box of cereal instead of the cereal because it's better for you. Depends on the cereal. I'm exempt from this whole thing. Kool-Aid on watermelon is good also. That's just a lot of sugar. I can't go as long as the witness is standing by the witness box. That means we might be coming back. I think I have to unsubscribe. Says purple coconut feta is delicious. I love all cheese. Oh, cheese is good, but not all cheese. It's not all cheese is created equal. All. All means all. I have a confession. I don't like feta cheese, but I've never tried it. I can't get past the look of the cheese. If it's the one I'm thinking of. It's like the crumbly one that has like blue and green roots in it or something, right? Is that the one? Yep. Okay. It's all white. Feta isn't blue and green. It just stinks. Feta is plain white. Okay, I'm thinking of the wrong one then. I thought there's like a crumbly one. Maybe it's blue cheese. But I've always associated blue cheese with like blue cheese dressing. Feta's very salty. I like the cheese that has like the flavor crystals in it. Okay, here we go. Come on back, sir. Put on your mic. He's all about that free water. Is that an aura he's wearing? The ring? Okay, just sit down, put the mic back on. There we go. Mic's going back on. We're coming back. We're coming back. Oh, he clipped it to his tie this time. Great. Yeah, we see you. We're looking. Cheryl. I know this is a joke. That's why I'm laughing. Just glad they got it fixed. My daughter would add powder Kool-Aid to a jar of dill pickles. The Kool-Aid mix is right to the pickles. Wonder what flavor. SF in Texas, I shared earlier that last night I had something I've never had before, which is a whole rack of ribs. They were the baby back ribs from Chili's. I've had ribs before, but I've never just made a meal out of just the ribs like that. That was a lot of ribs. Yes, I wish we could fast forward. But unfortunately, this is unfolding in real time down in San Antonio, and we're here for every minute of it. Question those who don't like oysters, that's me. I like crab, shrimp. I like cheese, but not the bad ones. Medium rare steak, that's good. Lemons, limes, fishing, and popcorn. Oysters is the first one, just to cross that off, and the rest of the list is good. I've used mussels for like catching crabs, but actually won second place in a I like to think it's a beauty pageant, but it was a photo contest when I was a kid in Norway for, having a string with a mussel that we tied on with yarn on the end of the string. We crack it and put on the string and dip it into kelp in the ocean and pick up a crab. So yeah, I did that. Picture won second place in the beauty contest. This was my cheat meal. Oh, it was... Hey, you know how much of a cheat meal it was? I had salad for breakfast this morning. That's how much of a cheat meal it was. He's reading his report again. Not a fan of fishing or oysters. Yeah, bacon has to be cooked for me. I like a good crisp crunch on the fatty parts. Can you imagine what's going on in court right now? This would be amazing to watch. Who eats octopus? I don't know, squid? I like watching the videos of octopuses. I think it's octopi. That is octopi that are super smart. I wish the judge would have let us know what. I mean, if this was a break, I wish we had known about it before we just sat here for 15, 20 minutes. I like watching them try an octopus open containers and solve puzzles. It scares me. It really does. Trouble says, I eat kibble nai. Is that how you say it? Raw lamb with bulgur wheat and onions. Is that, it's got to be something similar to haggis, only cooked. Red Pen, you don't eat pork. Do you make an exception for bacon? Because bacon is like, it's the good one. I can see like hot dogs and just regular pork chops and things like that, but I mean, how do you have bacon wrapped anything? It's like raw meatloaf. Okay, I cannot do that, Twibble. That is too much. Oh. He's jamming. He's singing a song in his head. Little neck crack. Do you get a twist in there? We're going to need some more water. Stat. This is Pure Life brand water they're drinking there. It's nothing like Deer Park water, which you could be drinking. All right. Maybe the jury's coming in, or maybe, yeah, I think the jury might be coming in. We might be back. Let's see if we pick up right where we left off. No Deer Park down here in Texas. Well, that explains it. Here we go.
You have to stick by. You can't. They don't understand. So.
No, absolutely.
They will remember that. It will become part of their identity. And
I will not be the cause of the ROTC students at Harlandale saying, if only Judge Boyd would have kept his car lunch too.
And that's the thing. When you do show up, they will remember that forever. Like, yeah, Judge Boyd came. Remember that now?
Judges for preparations, are you going to try to get all of our witnesses done tomorrow as well?
Yes.
Okay, so stay basically as late as that takes?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm ready.
And of course,
it all depends on the jurors.
Ready, Judge?
All right. Yes, let's bring
All right, for the jury.
If you will bring the jury.
All right, we're back. Good thing we waited. So the state's about to rest. We heard that we're going to probably have
all
the
right,
defense
everyone,
rest
please be
too.
seated. And defense, it's still your cross.
Thank you, Judge. All right.
Nothing personal, sir, but...
So, Detective, earlier you had talked about the other officers that were involved in this investigation with you. It was Detective Orta, Detective Martinez, and Detective Rickle, right?
Yes.
And you said that you talked to those other officers and made what they told you part of your report, correct?
Talk to them?
Yes.
Yes. I worked with
Okay. And did they submit reports to you as well?
No, they did not.
Okay. All right. So who were the other officers that were involved in the investigation that night?
There were several officers.
Who were they?
I don't have a list of them.
You don't remember?
I don't remember all their names.
And you don't have it in your report, correct?
No, not all the officers.
Nothing to refresh your memory? Okay. All right. And you did not talk to them and make whatever they said or saw part of your report, correct?
No, I did not talk to every officer that was assigned to the case that night.
Even though you're the lead detective on this?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So earlier we saw State's Exhibit 10, which was the back of the Tesla.
Yes.
Okay. Back of the Tesla had what you testified to earlier was a bullet hole in the back.
That's what it appears to be.
Through the bumper, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw that night?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we're talking about that. You said you were out there for about 2 hours for the investigation?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And it's your testimony here today that there was no 911 calls about shots being fired, correct?
Not that I remember. No.
And that you didn't have, but you had some information about shots being fired because of the bullet holes in the bumper, and you did some.
No, there was no calls for shots being fired. There was a call for, like I said, Diego Gomez called 911, and he reported that a gentleman pointed a gun
object to hearsay, Judge.
All right, the objection to hearsay will be sustained.
Okay. So I guess my question to you is this, sir, is that did you get any other information about shots being fired that night?
No.
Okay. And so why did you go out and inspect the bumper for bullet holes?
The district attorney's office reached out and asked us to send those off to the lab to get them tested.
Would it surprise you that during the course of this case and the investigation of this and course of a representation, that we had to hire an investigator to go out and take pictures of the Tesla to determine whether or not there was bullet holes in it?
Judge, I don't object to that. There's no way that the defendant would know that. Lack of personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Okay.
Gracie, thank you very much for the laughing disco. Gracie Noel.
I guess my question is, would it surprise you to find that out?
Sustained. It's the same
Judge,
question.
I'm going to object as to relevance. How is that relevance? That's a common defense tactic to obtain an investigator of their own.
Right. Relevancy.
The relevance is, Judge, is that for 2 years, nothing was done until the defense actually went out to take some pictures.
All right, the objection will be sustained.
Okay. Yep. So you did nothing to go out and determine whether or not there was bullet holes in that bumper for 2 years. Is that correct? Okay. And once you went out there, did you go out there with our investigator, Greg Pratt?
Yes, he was out there.
Okay. And he actually was out there pursuant to a court order to inspect that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And once you realized he was going to go out, is that when you applied for the search warrant?
I think it was around the same time. I don't remember if it was the exact same time or I'm pretty sure we got the warrant first and then he came out later.
Okay. So did you do your inspection the same day he did his?
I do not remember if that was the same day or if it was a different day.
Were there 2 times that you guys went out there to look at those bullet holes?
Because I remember I had to take him to the our evidence room to review one of the pieces that we took because he didn't see it because it was taken off the vehicle. I don't think he was there that day, but I can't remember.
Okay. Was Mr. Pratt out there 1 day or 2?
At Groudon?
Yes, sir.
He was out there 1 day that I remember.
And to your recollection, were you guys out there to inspect that vehicle on 2 separate days?
For
the bullet holes?
I don't know if it was 2 days.
Fair enough.
Sure.
If you don't know, you don't know. And that's an okay answer.
A while back, yeah.
And so one of the sections that you cut out of the bumper showed what you testified earlier to, and it was in the picture that, where's the state's exhibits?
Right there. You need it?
Yeah, please.
No, I can go. Oh,
Thank you, brother. Thank you. I appreciate you. So I believe is the state's exhibit 51. Do you know who took these pictures?
It was the CSI. I know she did a report. I don't remember her name.
Okay. And do you know whose hand that is in that picture? Can I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you. I know it's far away. Any ideas whose hand that is? I'm just wondering if it's yours or somebody else's.
That might be mine.
Okay.
It looks like a jacket I wear. So.
Okay. And so in this picture, in State's Exhibit 51, you're saying this looks like it's bullet holes.
Yes.
It looks like it entered the top and went out the bottom, right?
No. I mean, they just look like 2 bullet holes.
It looks like 2 bullet holes. So you don't think that's not a linear trajectory, or so it's 2 separate bullet holes?
Can't tell.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay. And so did you guys cut out that section of the bumper?
Yes. And we sent it off.
Okay. Where'd you send it off?
To the Bexar County lab.
And what did you send it off for?
To be examined to see if there was any type of fragments or any kind of particles on it that would match a bullet, like Lead, zinc,
Copper.
yes, copper.
Copper jackets on bullets. That makes sense, right? Lead from the inside of the bullet. That would make sense, right? Now, that car had been sitting out in ground and pound for almost 2 years, right?
Yes.
In this Texas heat, right?
Yeah.
Heavy rains that we get here in San Antonio, right?
Not lately, but yeah.
Is this during Snowmageddon, maybe? I'm just asking because that's a long time to be out in the weather and still have some trace elements to get tested. Would you agree?
Yeah, it was a while.
Okay. What was the results of that test?
They didn't find any traces.
Was that a big surprise? Not really, right? No. Okay. Fair enough. Now, when you were out there with Mr. Pratt, did you find what appeared to be a bullet hole that entered from the back of the bumper and went all the way through the trunk?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And there was a fragment that actually had come off that was inside the trunk, correct?
It was something. I don't think we could tell what it was, though.
Okay. It was a piece of metal.
I believe so.
Something. Okay. All right. And there was like a linear rip in the carpet. That's what you showed on these things earlier? Okay. Okay. That appeared to be a bullet that passed through to you? Okay. But again, you don't know when that happened, right?
Yes.
Okay. Could have happened that night.
It's possible. Could have happened before.
Could have happened before. Definitely didn't happen after, right? Because this is a ground and pound.
Correct.
Right? So if Mr. Castillo left his apartment that night and didn't have bullet holes in his car, and at the end of the night he did, when would those bullet holes have occurred?
Sometime in between.
Sometime in between. We talked a little bit about the Tesla videos, and there is about a 1 minute gap, correct?
Yes.
And I think we made some motions to try and get the actual Tesla drive to look at that, and we had a forensic analysis. We can't find that 1 minute, can we?
Yes, I think y'all's expert tried, and then we sent it off to see if there was anything missing, and nothing was found.
That 1 minute gap is when Mr. Castillo gets out of the car, right?
Yes.
In your opinion, you're the detective on this case. You're doing the investigation. Would it have been helpful to have that 1 minute that Mr. Castillo's getting out of the car so we could see what he did?
Yes, any videos helpful.
Okay. You went through some of the videos with the state where you were looking at Mr. Castillo's driving from the Tesla videos, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated some of those things where he committed some traffic violations, right?
Yes.
Do those traffic violations happen pretty much every day on San Antonio streets?
Yes.
And you worked in traffic before, right?
Not in the traffic unit, but yes, I've done traffic stops.
Okay. And you've seen people do these exact same things, right?
Correct.
Right? Has nothing to do with intoxication, does it? It's just bad driving.
I mean, it depends. That's usually how you get to a traffic stop to find out if someone's intoxicated, is they commit a minor violation.
That it kind of is the mantra. Pull them on traffic, right?
Yes.
Okay. Pull them on traffic, see if we can get something else, right?
Not see if you can get something else. Just see if you get any clues after that.
Okay. All right. At one point, you said it appears that Mr. Castillo was driving fast. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. But we don't know how fast he was going, do we?
No.
I mean, everybody else could have been driving real slow, right?
I mean, highly doubtful, but yes.
Could have happened though, right?
Sure.
Okay. But we don't know how fast he was going or how fast he wasn't going, right?
Not at that point, no.
Okay. All right. You were talking about earlier about that dot of light that we saw on the picture that was Defense Exhibit 1 and Defense Exhibit 6. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Prater, prosecutor, went through one frame at a time, and you saw that flash of light, right?
I see a light, yes.
Okay. And that light that you see is not coming off a reflective surface, is it?
No.
Because the window's down, right?
Yes.
There's the A-frame or the door frame, and then you've got the rear view mirror that's got a light on it, right? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that little flash of light is real fast, right?
Yes, there's a flash.
Okay. And we're not talking about stellar quality video here, are we?
It's pretty good for night, but yes.
Okay. It's whatever it's whatever Tesla's had, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Teslas, let's talk about that real quick. Teslas are a very unique vehicle, right?
Yes, they are.
Most cars don't have all this video and stuff, do they?
No.
So all this video and all this evidence that we have is actually kind of fortunate that Tesla had all that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And just for the jury's edification, all the information you have that you've testified about here today and that you have in your report is from your observations and the evidence that you gathered after the fact, correct?
After the crash, yes.
Yes. You weren't present when the crash happened.
No, sir.
You weren't present when Mr. Castillo was driving his vehicle.
No, sir.
You don't know what was said or what was done. You weren't there, right?
No, sir.
Okay. We talked about that. And back up just a little bit. And so on March 27th of 2023, Mr. Castillo surrendered himself to San Antonio Police, didn't he?
Yes, at the central substation.
At that time, he didn't even have a warrant, did he?
No, he did not.
He came in freely and voluntarily, right?
Yes.
After
trying to do the right thing. Right?
He's
Kinda.
Didn't run.
He ran initially.
Didn't try and avoid this whole situation, right?
No.
Could have gone to Mexico, right?
He could have.
But he didn't, did he?
No.
Came in, surrendered himself, and said, let me face the consequences. Right?
He didn't say anything.
He said lawyer.
Okay. Other than, let me back up. Were you there when Mr. Castillo surrendered himself at all?
No, I was not.
Okay. Have you had any interactions with Mr. Castillo?
Yes, I did.
What kind of interactions did you have with him?
So after he was brought to headquarters, I basically tried to interview him, and he didn't want to answer any questions.
Okay. All right. And he's got a right to do that, right?
Yes.
And you Mirandized him before you started asking him questions?
Yes, I did.
And you told me you didn't have to ask questions,
Correct.
right? Nothing wrong with that, right?
Nope.
Okay. But other than that interaction, you've had no interactions with him? You don't know him?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Judge, if I can just review my notes for a minute, I may be
Sure.
close to being done.
And we might be done for the day. It is, after all, 5:23 in Texas, 6:23 on the East Coast. We have a podcast tonight.
You talked about some of the kinds of cases that you have investigated. You talk about intoxication offenses, hit and run offenses, things like that. Have you ever investigated a road rage incident?
Yes.
What kind of things do you see in road rage incidences?
Usually starts with some kind of minor thing. Someone cuts someone off, or they get angry. They start arguing with each other, and then it leads to more.
Okay.
Either a shooting or something else.
Okay. Are people known to like open their doors and try and act like they're going to get out?
Yeah, it's possible.
Okay. When someone's trying to engage with someone else, let me retract that. Withdraw. You said you reviewed these Tesla videos, right?
Yes.
Okay. In the Tesla video, where they're coming off of the I-10 ramp and turning onto Alamo, correct?
Yes.
You see Mr. Castillo's vehicle in the left lane, correct?
Yes.
And you see the FJ, and it's driving, and then it changes from the left lane over to the right lane, correct?
I would have to look at it again. I know he ends up in the left lane, right in front of him.
Okay. We popped over up. You know, I apologize for having to do it this way.
No.
No tech on us. All right, next one. Okay. And so you see the FJ turn left there on the red light.
Yes.
Okay. The Tesla comes up and it turns left as well, correct?
Yes.
Proceed through a green light at an intersection, and the FJ's in left lane. Now it turns over to the right lane, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it hits the brakes, right?
Yep.
As it's hitting the brakes and the Tesla's coming up, now you can't really see it. See what's going on here. And they slowly come to a stop.
Yes.
At a green light.
Correct.
Okay.
Because he was telling the other guy he ran a red light.
This is the front.
Yes, sir.
Give me the right repeater on that. You can show it. I'm not blowing it up. Well, you can see them all, doesn't it?
No, I know. I know which one he's.
You were doing that. Okay, so in that video we just watched, the FJ is in front of the Tesla, correct?
Yes.
And then it switches lanes and hits the brakes and slows down, correct?
Yes.
And then the Tesla comes up next to it and we really can't see the FJ anymore, correct?
On that video, yes.
Right. And so the FJ is kind of right. It's because that's a front facing camera, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the FJ is just right next to him, right?
Yes.
Okay. Seen other videos and we kind of see the interaction that goes on with all that, right? I guess my question to you is this, is that if the FJ hadn't braked and it just kept going, there would have been no altercation, right?
Yes. And if the Tesla wouldn't have followed him, there would have been no altercation either.
Well, we don't know why the Tesla followed him, do we?
No, but we don't know why the FJ stopped either.
Okay. But at the same time, the FJ is slowing down so that Mr. Castillo's Tesla comes up next to him, right?
Yes.
Okay. We know that.
Yes.
Okay. But we don't know why Robert turned on the red light, do we? Not yet.
Follow him? No.
Okay. And you don't know that from your investigation, do you?
No.
Okay. All right. Throughout your investigation, and you had a chance to go through that Tesla thoroughly, it's been in an impound for years now. Did you find any drugs or alcohol inside that vehicle?
No, not inside the vehicle.
Okay. Did you find any cups with residue or anything like that, alcohol in it?
No.
Okay. So No evidence of drugs or alcohol in the vehicle at all.
Not in the vehicle.
Okay. Okay. One second, Judge. Just make sure I got everything.
I think we're done.
During your investigation, did you have an opportunity to review the EDR?
Yes.
And you got a chance to look at that report, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then well, how fast was the Tesla going according to your recollection from that EDR?
88.
I think the highest speed was 88 miles an hour.
And how fast was it going at the time of the collision?
30 something. I don't remember exactly.
Below the speed limit, though, on Alamo, right?
Yes.
Okay.
After he hit the curbs.
And did that EDR show him decreasing his speed consistently? Brakes applied?
I believe so. I would have to look at it, but.
And it showed him trying to make a left-hand turn, correct?
I would have to look at it to see exactly.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm just asking what you remember. So.
Heather, thank you very much. Appreciate it. This guy can wrap up.
In the course of your investigation, did you try to ascertain why Mr. Castillo was driving that fast?
Careful.
He didn't give me anything.
Did you talk to anybody else or find out any other information that might have aided you in why he was driving that fast?
I mean, we talked to the passenger that was in the vehicle. He gave his statement.
Okay. Did he provide you any information as to why they might have been driving that fast?
He talked to the other detective, and I think he told him that there was a disturbance and that they took off.
What kind of disturbance?
Let me see here. Said they got into an argument with the driver of the Toyota FJ. They opened their doors, but they didn't exit the vehicle.
I'm going to ask you not to read from it.
Yes.
Just refresh your memory. So they got shot at, right?
He said as he drove away, he heard gunshots.
Okay. Would that explain why Mr. Castillo was driving that fast to you?
Judge, I'm object to that. There's no way that the witness has any personal knowledge as to what Mr. Castillo was thinking.
Sustained.
Fair enough. So what else did you do to try and determine why Mr. Castillo was driving that fast?
So my investigation was on, he was involved in a crash and he fled from the scene, never reported the crash. Never tried to make an attempt, never called 911. If he was getting shot at, I think that would be something you would do, is call 911 to report it as soon as you can. Instead, he waited till 2 days later and turned himself in.
You remember
any reports before that?
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize. Sorry, son. You reviewed the photos from CSI?
Yes.
You saw Robert Castillo's phone in the front seat of the Tesla. He didn't have a phone that night, did he?
But he could get to a phone. I'm sure he got to a phone before 2 days until he reported or turned himself in.
Okay, but if calling 911 and he didn't do it then, would that be a reason to call 911 2 days later? I mean, the event's already happened, right?
Yeah, but I mean, if you're getting shot at, you're going to find someone to call for you.
Okay.
And I think he actually told his passenger not to call, if I remember right from his statement.
Hearsay, Judge.
Sustained.
Okay. Ask them, jury disregard.
Ladies and gentlemen, disregard the last answer from the witness, please.
Detective Pavelli, I think that's all the questions I've got for right now.
Finally.
I appreciate your time and your answering my questions. I'm gonna pass the witness, Judge.
State?
Judge, no further questions. We ask that this witness be excused.
All right.
Subject to recall from the defense.
Subject to recall, Judge.
Yeah, yes. Thought so.
All
They're going to
right.
hang on to this one. They got some
The rule
mileage
has
out
been
of it.
invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons. I'm sorry, just one moment.
Yeah, let me
All right.
finish this level.
Sorry about that. The rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone until the conclusion of this case. If you'll make sure you leave whatever documents with the court reporter and remove the microphone.
Yes,
Great,
ma'am.
thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. If I could have parties approach, please.
I do want to know what's on her phone. What is she doing? She had to finish her text. Maybe she's watching us in chat. Reading text here. Judges have done that before. Extremely distracted. Probably the most distracted I've ever seen Judge Boyd. I don't know what's going on there, but she's almost missed the question before an objection and had to sort of regain ground or call him to approach to talk about an issue. She didn't listen very, very well. I think the state's about done with, I'm hoping tomorrow's better. I think the state's about done with their case. That was the lead detective, probably their last witness. So they might rest tomorrow in front of the jury or maybe tonight. And either way, we're going to be going home now and coming back tomorrow with either a full day or just a late day. As the judge says, we're getting through all of defense's witnesses.
All right, ladies
tomorrow.
and gentlemen, I'm gonna have y'all wait in the jury room for me just in about 10 minutes, and then I'll let you all know what time we're gonna start tomorrow, all right? All right, the jury?
Well, I hope she lets us know as well. Let's see. Robert Castillo. Let me check the docket. That'll be updated. Case events. She's showing right now a 9 a.m. start for tomorrow.
I will tell you all, I've received 2 emails from the students from Harlingdale who came in. They're like, "You still coming to?"
Oh, is it the little ranger?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. They're like, "You still coming to our lunch tomorrow?" And I'm like, "Yes, I will be there." So I don't believe in disappointing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
What may make it happen.
Oh yeah. When I would represent children in the foster care system, I would tell everybody, I got to be there for that. No disappointment.
And with that, she's done. So here's what I'm showing. They're showing a 9 o'clock start, which would be 10 o'clock our time. So it could be a long day of trial with Judge Boyd tomorrow. We'll be here for that. It should end this case, and this should go to the jury. I don't think the jury's going to be there forever, but we might be here a little late Friday night, just so you know. Felony landlord-tenant tomorrow, maybe. Oh, man. So, yeah, she's got a lunch appearance. Sounds like we're going to get maybe a long lunch tomorrow as she goes and hangs out with some elementary kids and talks about being a judge. And then we'll be back afterwards to wrap up the case. This sleepy little case is starting to pick up, and it's getting a little bit spicy. I don't know which way it's going to go. Initially, it sounded pretty bad with the defendant who crashed his Tesla into a pedestrian, killing the pedestrian and fleeing the scene. The guilty conscience there that could be inferred by him fleeing was some pretty strong evidence. But now we're hearing that there were in fact bullet holes in the back of the car. They found fragments of bullet holes in the car. Well, at least one witness says he heard gunshots. There's a possible video that might show somebody who's holding something that might be a gun. What will the jury think? Especially when the lead investigator flubbed this case in a big way. failing to do a report that would allow him to testify to the defendant driving drunk at the time, as he was going 88 in a 35, as well as just a few other things that, they got the lead investigator to admit that other possibilities might have been the case, like just bad driving instead of drunk. So we'll see. Tomorrow's going to be the day. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again tonight at 8 p.m. We actually have a portal that will take you over to the podcast where you can click the like button if you're a good person and continue this conversation or others as you wait for Thomas and I to bring our renditions of Pickle Pizza to the podcast. It's going to be interesting. You guys, we're going to see you tonight. Be good to each other. Bye-bye.
Because he's the guy.